Now, where's my camera at? There we go. Okay, so that thing's directly in front of my camera, which is great. Hi bunnies, how you doing? I forgot to close the door. I should do that before things kick off and I don't wake the neighbors. I probably should be fine not to leave that closed and to actually breathe in here, but I won't. Just in fear of being heard by the public, but I don't think there's anyone living in there at the moment, so should be fine. The camera feels off. I don't know. I let a gecko in earlier before we started, so he was like jumping everywhere. So if I get jumped on, probably a lizard that's lurking. I couldn't find him to get him out, so he's in here somewhere. So this little tag thing there is my webcam camera that I used to record videos with. And it's facing directly to my crotch so that I can open magic cards for you. I don't know how good this is gonna be. I'm gonna set it up better for when I record the little Eclipse Play Booster opening. But I figured I'd try out Spider-Man. I got my phone to scan magic cards when they're rares. I'm not gonna bother scanning the uncommons and commons and stuff, but I'll just go through and try and open cool shit. Yeah. You stink. Where's your soul stone? I don't know if John's here or not, but I don't know if he wants me to leave some packs aside or not. I did think I messaged him about maybe just trading cards instead of, so then I can open all of them and then he can just grab what he wants, kind of thing. Don't know. Okay, I guess we'll get started. I am sure the camera's moved. It has slightly, and you can see my legs. I told you it was a crotch shot. That's like better. Yeah, we've got full crotch shot here on display. It's also, can I rotate this? All signs point to yes. Oh, come on, let me rotate it. Flip on. Wait. Oh, I've locked it. There we go. Let's flip it on the vertical. Sick. Now I'm gonna have to figure out where my hands are. Oh, you can't see my hands. Okay. This is... Thanks for the... Thanks. It's, yes, cool desk mat. Alright, we got magic. Everything's gonna be upside down. But I have no way of not having it do that. Didn't think about that, did I? Is there a better way? Hang on a second. Can I wear this shit as a GoPro? It's in my hair at the moment. I'm gonna say no. My first guess is no. Not with my hair there, but it might work if my hair's not there. Hang on. I'm Can I face that down further? I totally can't. It's not gonna work. Alright. I've got no idea what the solution is here. Hang on. We'll... That? No, because it'll still... I think it's better for you guys to see it flipped normally than me to see it the right way up. So what I'm gonna do is put it back where it was with the sick crotch shot. Flip it around the normal way. And open it upside down. And look at the camera here instead. Sick. Alright. So we've got the Magic Booster Box. The Magic Play Booster Box, rather. Don't scan here. Hang on. Till I discover the coolest cards. Absolutely not. We've got... It's telling us all about the abilities that Spider-Man has. If you're watching this and don't know what Spider-Man has, I'm sure I can make you get you through it. You can just go, hey, what does this do? Alright, sick. I'm gonna put this over here. I'm gonna open them this way, I reckon. Ugh. How am I going to do this and actually see what's going on? I'm not sure I am. I'm just going to have to read it upside down. We've got a token artifact. The tokens, you know what tokens are. You know what tokens are. This is going to be interesting. Am I in the way if I go? Alright. We'll figure it out from here. We've got a token artifact. I'll put the tokens to the side. We don't really care about them. We've got a Suburban Sanctuary. It's a foil land. I believe I already have 2 of those. That's not the biggest thing in the world. Is that a foil Amazing Acrobatics? That's not terrible. I think I already have one of them too, though. So it must be a pretty common foil. Rocket-powered Goblin Glider. Let me just read that stuff real quick. Do I need to zoom in? I might turn off that light real quick. Okay, so John wants me to leave 2 boosters aside. Is what I heard. And the light is... Alright, that should be better. Can you guys read this? It should be 1080p. But I can try and zoom it in some more. Or I might have to might have to look for a different way to do this. So the Rocket Power Glider, I was going to look up what it actually does. When it enters... Oh, this is the rare? Or a rare. When this equipment enters, if it was cast from your graveyard, attach it to a target creature you control. Equipped creature gets +2, has flying and haste, it has equipped 2, it has mayhem 2. Okay, that's pretty sick. It works pretty well with the goblin, and I've got the goblin, so that's good. Put that in our equipment. We've got a saga, a rare saga. called the Clone Saga. Fail 3, when you cast a creature spell this turn, copy it, except the copy isn't legendary. Sorry, when you next cast a creature spell, I think I read spell. Choose a card name. Whenever a creature with the chosen name deals combat damage to a player this turn, draw a card. I wonder if that stacks with Double Strike. Does that count as 2 sets of combat damage? Alright, we've got a rare. And I believe that's 2 rares we've gotten from this. Sick. We got Robotics Mastery. I believe I already have that. It's a flash enchant creature. When it enters, it creates 2 robots. That's pretty chill, pretty normal. Hobgoblin. So we've had 2 rares already. I don't know if I opened these the wrong way. No, I don't think so. We've got an uncommon Hobgoblin. Flying haste, and whenever you discard a card, it gets +2. That's pretty useful. And it can probably stack pretty well with those Saga abilities. You'd feel like the Glider should be good for it, but I don't really know. I can't really see my phone also. No, nothing's happening there. Cool. So we'll chuck this down here. I'm not like organizing them in any way except foils, lands, tokens, other, and rares. We got Aunt May. I'm pretty sure she buffs like all of the spider people. Whenever a creature you control enters, you gain a life. If it's a spider, put a counter on it. So yeah, damn, extra life for every creature, and then a counter if it's Spider-Man. Pretty sick. Another uncommon too. We got Taxi Driver. That's like a pretty... I think I've got 4 of them by now, and I haven't opened that many Spider-Man boosters, so it's got to be the most common. 1 tap to target creature gains haste. I'm sure that's useful for like the Spider-Man that are cheap-ish to play. We've got a common Crook, another pretty generic guy. When it does, create a treasure token. Whoosh, which again, I've got a lot of these. I've got some foils of it. It's a pretty good return permanent to hand, so I guess it's alright. I guess it'll do. I'm starting to have the feeling these were flipped around. Masked, hang on, a masked Meower? This... I'll get it. Don't you worry. It's so unfocused. Focus on this thing. This way. It's not gonna, is it? Oh, it tried. Look at that cat spider. It has haste, discard a card, sacrifice this creature, draw a card. Sorry, what? From the looks of things... No, hang on, how's the abilities set up? I'm confused about if that ability is like an ability you activate, or if you play this creature, discard a card, sacrifice the creature, and then draw a card just when you play it. The way it's written makes me think that you have to do that when you play it, but I guess it's an ability. So I don't know, that's a weird creature. It's just to draw extra cards, I guess. Yeah, I've done this the wrong way around, huh? We've got Human Warrior Performer, the professional wrestler. When it enters, create a treasure token. And you need to block it with more than 1 creature. Isn't there a name for that now? Don't know. Got a Web Up enchantment. That's another chill one. Yeah, I've done this the wrong way around. Exile target non-land permanent opponent controls until the enchantment leaves the battlefield. We love an exile. And we got a creature, Spider Avatar, which is chill. It's got reach. And you untap it whenever you cast 4 or greater mana. Okay, that's actually a really useful card. I didn't look at it stuff before, but having the ability to essentially untap this card for any value for creature means that you should continuously use that for mana whenever you're doing that. And I'm not against that. It's probably, it'd be good with like a lot of them, but it's probably not great for like a commander deck. Alright, I need a way to zoom this in slightly closer because it's not focusing properly. And I might, instead of having these guys here, if I put it down here. And, sorry. Must meow there is activated when you want the ability. Okay, yeah, I figured that it was on it, like, that kind of thing, but because it didn't really specify, I was a little confused. That's way too bright. Hang on. I believe that's my right camera. Can I turn the brightness down on that guy a little bit? That's the wrong camera. Can I, not camera, it's a light, guys, it's a light. It's still insanely bright. But it lights up this area enough. You can't see any of my other cards anymore, but you can see the cards that I'm opening, which is important. Alright, now I'm gonna find something that I can rest this camera on to zoom in a little bit further. That might work. If I do... Hang on, I'm rearranging. These here. Put that here. Put that here. What's the blue saga? It is the Clone Saga. A pretty cool looking card, seems to have a lot of use. My music. Oh, my music's not on because of this thing. Should be right. Yeah, Clone Saga, very interesting saga. And I can actually show you properly. Maybe I can't. If I do that, will it focus on it? Kind of. I can't really tell how resolute, like what the resolution and blur is on your end, so you're gonna have to tell me if you can see it or not. But it's got a lot of use. Alright. Now I do see a lot of people using scissors to open packs because they don't want to damage the cards. And maybe I'm stupid, but I feel like I'm more worried about cutting the cards than damaging them. You know what I mean? Now, last time I opened the pack from top to bottom, and the rares were on the top. swear that's not how it usually is, but maybe I'm stupid. If I draw from the bottom here, is everything gonna fuck up and I'm gonna have rare again? And I'm just confused about how Magic organizes their card. If they do, maybe they don't. That is an that is a common. So surely I'm right, and it is backwards. And for some reason, I thought it was the other way around. All right, so we got Scarred Spider. She's got Ward 2. Maybe Ward 2. It's got flying as long as it's modified, so equipment, auras, and counters. So it's a pretty cheap, useful card. Yeah, I'm currently building a green goblin deck, so she's not usable in that. It's different from set to set and from region to region. The Clone Saga? Is that, or are we on Skyward Spider? Alright, we have Scout of the City, a sorcery. Okay, the camera needs to chill. The camera needs to chill. Alright. It's just not focusing properly. This is the first time I've used it in maybe a year. The card order? Oh, interesting. Okay, look around, mill 3 card. No, stop, don't blur. This is important. Maybe it's focusing on the book. Seems to be focusing on my hands. Give me something. Give me something. I'll sit you back down. Maybe if I sit you back down. What makes you refocus? I'll just read it. So we've got look around, mill 3 cards. You may put a permanent card from among them into your hand. You gain 3 life. Sick. That's pretty useful, especially with Green Goblin. Destroy target creature with flying is the other option. That's alright. I'm keen on it. Have I got this the wrong way around? Yes. But I was doing it. No, hang on. No, this way. Alright, we have Selfless Police Captain. I've got a few of these already. I think he's pretty chill. Enters with a counter on it. When the creature leaves the battlefield, its counter goes to someone else. So it's a cheap way to buff a better card and defend your territory for a little bit. That's alright. Got Mob Lookout, another kind of backbone card for like a standard deck, probably. When it enters a creature you control connives. That is a really hard sentence to say. When this creature enters target creature you control connives. Draw a card, then discard a card. If you discarded a non-land card, put a +1 counter on that creature. Sick. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I just explained to you what conniving is. I don't know why I read the brackets there. Did I spin these? No. Yes? Yes, I did. Sick. Alright, we've got Stegron the Dinosaur Man. I think we have one of them already. At least. It's got Menace, which is nice. It's fairly good mana to power, but not toughness. Menace is also useful, and it's got 2 mana to discard it. And until the end of turn, a creature you control gets +3/+1. And becomes a dinosaur in addition to its other types. Okay. See, that's a good combination card with Green Goblin, yeah? Think so. Doc Ock's Henchman, that's another chill standard card it looks like. Whenever it attacks it connives. And it's at a flash, which is pretty good. Pretty useful. We've got Merciless Enforcers, another standard deck situation. Lifelink, creature deals 1 damage to each opponent for 4 mana. So it's... I mean, it's like good-ish. But that almost means that this kind of has to be used for a commander deck, because in standard usually it's mostly just like 1v1 stuff, right? We've got the infamous hot dog card. That's good. I've got like 2 foil hot dog cards now, which is it's great, but leave that there, I think. Okay, we're up to the uncommon. Striker Troublemaker. I don't think I have... No, sorry. It's really hard to read upside down. Which Green Goblin are you building? Norman Osborn, sorry, yeah. When I say building, the reason I bought this pack was because I didn't have enough cards to even... Like, I used all of my cards in building it without any leftover. So, it's hard to say I'm building yet until I figure out what cards I get from this. So yeah, not Striker, but Shriek Troublemaker, which I believe is a Venom? Is Shriek not a Venom? I guess not. It's a mutant. Beginning of your first main phase, you may discard a card. When you do, target creature can't block. Okay. That's gonna go in my Norman Osborn deck, I think. We got Sonic Blast. Whenever a creature an opponent control dies, Shriek deals 1 damage to that player. That's another very useful thing, and she's pretty cheap. So yeah, that's going in my Norman deck, I reckon. Okay, we got Ezekiel. I think I've got one of him, at least one of him already. Who's got reach, and at the beginning of your combat, Spider gets +2. That's pretty good, especially if we've got the Skyward Spider on it. I think. Nope, I was right the first time. No, I wasn't. I was wrong. We've got Sudden Strike, which is just destroy target attacking or blocking creature. Interesting. Now, it's my understanding that if you destroy an attacking creature, that's already declared an attack? Or is it you can destroy it before you block it, but if you block it and destroy it, it still hits? Is that... I don't know. I'm on a lot of rules TikToks recently, and I feel like maybe I didn't understand what they were saying. That's how it seemed to be a thing. Alright, we've got a rare equipment. Is my mic super peaking? I'm gonna leave him over there. Alright, we've got a bio-organic carapace that looks like an anti-venom suit, kind of. It's a rare artifact. When it enters, attach it to a creature immediately. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has, whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card for each modified creature you control. That's pretty useful. It's a 4 mana. I'm not against it. I don't know if I have any cards that can build off of it quite yet. No, this way. A foil uncommon, Superior Foes of Spider-Man. It's a human rogue villain. Can I see? I forget who these guys are, but I have seen the front two before, I feel. There was an ad break? Why didn't anyone tell me? I feel like I've seen the front two of these guys before in like maybe a comic or an animation or something. Specifically the guy on the left. I know he's got Iron Man colors, but I know he's not Iron Man. I feel like I've seen like with like the fishnet thing. I feel like that's maybe from a cartoon. And it looks like we've got a token artifact, or a hot dog token artifact, in fact. And we just got the mountain, obviously. Nice. I'll just put the mountains on each other. Hang on, if you destroy an attack creature before damage is calculated, no damage is done. No damage is on the flip side. If you destroy a blocking creature, the creature blocked is still considered blocked. It does no damage unless it's... Really? Maybe I just misheard, but I feel like the way that they explained it in whatever TikTok I was watching was like, hang on, maybe I've been doing damage wrong my whole life, but I guess that does mean I did know what damage was like, and I've now changed my ways. I don't think I've played a game since I looked at that TikTok though, so we may continue. Actually, I don't think I was ever considering using that as a rule unless someone was like, hang on, this is incorrect. I'm getting worse at opening packs, guys. This is only the third pack. How have I suddenly become impossible? It's become impossible. I've ripped the plastic off the plastic. The metal off the plastic. What the hell? Maybe this is why people use scissors. Watch me damage a soulstone. I was gonna check the price of the rares, and I haven't. Favorite trick is blocking an attacker, then sacking it for some kind of value. Yeah, that's what I thought originally. Like that's what that's for. And then the TikTok confused me, and I was like, oh, hang on, you can't do that. But then people in the comments were like, no, you can. They just explained it weird. So then I was just confused, and maybe I didn't understand how Magic worked the entire time. All right, Craven's Cats. I think I have a few of these already, but what does it do? 3 mana, it's a 2/2 creature. It gets +2 until the end of turn with 3 mana, and active only one each turn. So I can make it a 5/5. Sorry, I can make it a 4/4 every turn if I pay 3 mana, which is like useful. You'd probably want to build that off of a Craven, like a cat deck. Right, or like maybe a Craven deck with cat abilities and enchantments. Got Mob Lookout. I believe we just had that. Yes, so we'll just skip that for now. That's a fairly standard uncommon. Gallant Citizen. We haven't had that yet. It's a 2/2 for 1. It's a 1/1 for 2 mana. That is when it enters, draw a card. I would say that's a positive mana. From that, I don't know. I guess it's alright. It'll do. It'll block a high attacking guy. Scorpion Sting. It gets -3s until the end of turn. That's pretty good. I feel like 2 mana to potentially kill a 3 power creature's nice. 3 toughness creature, rather. Got another taxi driver, sick. We've got another Doc Ock's henchman, sick. The flash of Doc Ock's henchman is pretty useful. But it's got no toughness. Not a whole ton of value in the set. Outside of the Soulstone, there's not much. Yeah, that's true. I figured that. No one really wants Spider-Man cards. I feel like everyone's grumpy about Universes Beyond at the moment, which is fair. I'm still getting some turtle stuff because I like the turtles, but I don't know. Everyone seems to be excited about the new Marvel one though, so I don't really know what cards are in this set, so I don't know if there's anything super fun that people just don't like the set Sorry. My word, like, I jumbled up like 3 different topics just then. I don't remember what I was doing. People are excited about the new Marvel set, is what I was gonna say. I don't know why, or if they just were annoyed at Spider-Man and maybe there's no good cards in the Spider-Man set compared to what they think's gonna be in the Marvel Universe set. I don't know. We got Bee being Flash, Flying, and Mayhem for 1 mana. What is timing? Is timing rules still apply to this specific card based on what I'm thinking? What I'd want to do is play Swarm of Bees on an enemy's turn by playing some kind of instant that forces me to discard a card, right? I don't know what timing rules still apply. That seems like a lot of people get this wrong. Or is it maybe it's trying to tell you that if it doesn't have flash, you can't play it on an enemy's turn? Maybe that's what it means, and maybe that's exactly why that card exists. So you can do that. Perhaps. We got a little spider bot. It's got reach. We love a high damage creature with reach to kill some lads. Although it's 2 mana, 2 damage, so it's a dead man versing anyone of its own caliber. But it also gives you a free land, so I like that. Where have I put my stuff now? Artifact there. Sick. Army Universe Beyond enjoy it personally. Spider-Man was just horribly made and very rushed. I believe it was supposed to be a mini set, and then Disney made them turn into. Okay, so like the cards just aren't as fleshed out as they should be. In that case, I hope that the Marvel Universe set props up the Spider-Man set a little better, so that it does look good, because I feel like everyone loves Spider-Man, and a lot of these cards do look fun, but I don't know what, like, I'm not able to think of anything that could make them useful outside of Spider-Man, and I'm sure they get stomped by anyone who's not in the Spider-Man set. I don't know enough about Magic cards to know what cards can swamp what cards. If you're in Rakdos, you could use Masked Meow's ability to discard Swarm of Bees and then cast it for its mayhem cost. Yes, that's true. Meow's the Swarm of Bees is black. I think what's green? Is Green Goblin green, red, blue? No, it's black. It's something black. So Swarm of Bees works for that, and Meow's is white though, isn't it? No, Meow's is I can't remember what it was. I don't want to look through it right now. On opponent's turn 2, since it has flash, and Mask Meow's isn't sorcery speed. Yes. So that's a pretty good, and I don't think I have either of those cards. I might have to add them to my Norman deck. I think that they all fit in the Norman deck. Maybe. Red, white, blue. Yeah. Alright. I might have to do that. That's a good idea. Alright, we've got an uncommon, a rhino. I've already got one of the rhinos. I was going to add that to my deck, but I can't. But he's sick. I wonder if there's a 4 or 5 element villain. Probably not. No, I don't think so. That I've seen anyway. Whenever it attacks, if you've cast a spell with mana value 4 or greater, draw a card. It's pretty good for drawing cards, and it's a pretty strong card, but 4/5, it's like mana neutral, but it's also got trample ice. It's good for buffing this guy, I guess. He's probably not going to be useful as a commander, because people would want to fuck him up to make him absolutely shit for mana. Through a Spider-Man commander myself, Gwen Stacy could be fun. I have seen a few good stuff with that. We've got Secret Identity. I think I have a few of these guys. Conceal a creature and reveal until the end of turn, target creature you control becomes a hero. With base power and toughness 3/4. Yeah, so this is a really useful, cheap card that does some interesting stuff with people. For one turn-ish. I'm okay with that. Spider Ook. I think I have one of him. Got the web slinging cost, obviously. At the beginning of your end step, if 2 or more creatures enter the battlefield under your control this turn, you draw a card and gain 2 life. So he's a white. He's a white Spider-Man. He loves when you put creatures on the field. Fair enough. We have a rare enchantment aura. I don't think I have any Spider-Man rare enchantment auras. Got enchant land. When this aura enters, create 3/1/1 green and white human citizen creatures. Enchant land has 1 mana to tap. 1 mana and tap, sorry. Target creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn for each creature you control. Activate only as a sorcery. It's like... that's okay. I guess it's good for a lot of the Spider-Man, the white Spider-Man. It's use. I don't know. I just can't find a way out of the cards I've got for Spider-Man to use it. But if I was adding Spider-Man to the greater Magic, maybe it would be useful. That are foil Daily Bugle reporters. When it enters, choose put a counter on each of up to 2 target creatures and return target creature card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to your hand. Sorry, or return target creature card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to your hand. I mean, it's a 2/3, it's alright. It's a 4 mana for 2/3. I'm not... like a weak team avatar enchantment. Yeah, I don't know much about the avatar sets, honestly. Got a foil swamp. And I've got these are like the only tokens. There mustn't be many tokens. I have so many of these and so many hot dogs. Obviously they're flippable. Are they printed randomly or is a human citizen always going to have a treasure underneath it, or are they printed randomly, the tokens? I don't know. I guess we'll see when we get the next one. Avatar was a great set. It looks like it's got a lot of cool stuff in it. And I'm probably going to get stomped by someone using an Avatar set sometime this year. And obviously Avatar is just like a fun IP. I wonder if they have any plans to do Korra. Probably not. Alright, we got another scout. We'll just start pushing through cards we've already got and looking for interesting stuff, because I am building a commander deck, so I don't really care about the cards that I've got duplicates of. Got a guy in the chair, tap to add a mana of any color, which is useful. We've got web support on that, which is 3 mana and tap to put a counter on a spider. Okay. He's pretty useful, guy in the chair. Hope you get more bending in the future. I do think bending would be good, although from what I've heard, earth bending makes landfall super broken. I don't know enough about the abilities in Avatar to know why, but I keep hearing people being like talking about how you may as well just pay green decks with Avatar because of just how broken they are. Although wind bending, air bending, sorry, is also looks pretty sick as well. Got Wild Pack Squad. At the beginning of combat on your turn, up to 1 target creature gains First Strike and Vigilance until the end of turn. The beginning of combat on your turn, you can give a creature First Strike and Vigilance. That's pretty useful to just sit at the back with other stuff. Angry Rabble. Alright, it's a 2 mana, 2 cost 2/2 with Trample. Whenever you cast a spell with mana value 4 or greater, this creature deals a damage to each opponent. Useful. And that would be good put in whenever an Earthbent land leaves in any way, even exile it comes back tapped. Yes. Which means you can like destroy them and then make it enter the battlefield again to like push landfall out, right? Is that why? This card could be really useful to go with the Green Goblin abilities. Because I'm assuming when if mana value 4 or greater, that is the mana value of the card, right? So if I'm using a Mayhem, that's reducing the mana, the cost of the card when it comes back into the field. Is that reducing the mana value of the card? And you can just buff this card for as much mana as you want, but it's 6. So yeah, okay. So Angry Apple is quite useful for Norman. I don't think I have it in Norman, so I might have to. We've got the Doc Ock. I don't have the rare Doc Ock, and I want him because I think he has a different ability, right? Because every time I was looking up stuff, it said like the good Doc Ock was like the guy you want for a commander deck. As long as there are 8 or more cards in your graveyard, it has base parent toughness 8/8. So it's a cheaper card that you can buff if you've got a lot of cards in your graveyard, which I feel like isn't good if I'm intentionally pulling cards back out of my graveyard with Green Goblin. As long as you control another villain, it has hexproof though. So like back to being good, because it is still a 5 mana 5 toughness, which I think I prefer 5 mana 5 toughness versus 5 mana 5 power. It's still based on its... Okay, yeah. I thought it might be, because that seems like it makes sense. Alright, we have a Venom. I think I have a Venom already. This guy's got Death Touch. 3 mana to exile the card from your graveyard. Put 2 counters on target creature. It gains Death Touch until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. Exile card from your graveyard. Alright, so after he dies, I can buff another creature for cheap. Hate the other Doc Up. Drawing back up to 8 cards every turn is so good. Drawing back up. So this is the other Doc Ock, is that what you mean? Drawing back up to 8 cards every turn is an ability it has? I've got a food artifact. You can sacrifice it and pay some mana to put a counter on a creature and draw a card. Or you can pay 2 mana and tap it to sacrifice it to gain 3 life and draw a card. So either way, you're drawing a card, one's a counter and one's sacrifice. Sorry, one's gaining 3 life. Pretty useful. We've got an uncommon spider. Web slinging for 6. Okay, so it's got a web slinging ability that makes it absolutely sick if you pay a lot more mana and also return a tap creature back to your hand. You gain 3 life and create 2/2/1 spider green spiders with creature tokens with reach. That's pretty good. Is it worth 6 mana though? Plus a creature getting returned to your hand? I see a lot of, like, the web sling, hang on, Master Planner gives villains +2 and gives hand size 8, and on end step you draw a backup deck. That is super useful. Yeah, so that's the card that I was looking at when I was looking up good commanders for Spider-Man. That was the one I saw keep getting suggested, and I do like that ability because I saw it and was like, that's great. I forgot what it was because it's been a while since I looked at it. I feel like this card isn't worth 6 mana. The 3 life is pretty useful, but I don't know if it's worth 6 mana. Also, and yeah, I looked at it and I realized that it's return a tapped creature you control to its owner's hand. Also, am I echoing? I just realized that my camera might have audio. Does my camera have audio? No. Oh no, because my audio's, yeah, I've muted it. That's cool. Alright, cool. I have it going through a different audio device. That's all good. Alright, sick. He's gonna be a really good commander when they're with more villains come to the next Marvel set. Yes, and also I was wondering if the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles set are gonna have villains. I haven't looked into them, but they have villains. Like, there are villains there. So I feel like that plus plus the new Marvel set. Plus I think there's I forget what, there's like a Cowboys set. I can't remember what it's called now. But that has villains in it too, right? I don't know what they've got. Alright, we've got an uncommon Silver Sable. I think I have a foil Silver Sable from like a solo pack that I bought on a whim. When it enters, put a counter on another target creature. Whenever it attacks, target modified creature gains lifelink until the end of turn. Okay, so whenever it attacks, you just put it on a buff creature you don't think is going to get blocked, I guess, is the plan there. Or you don't think it's going to die. There's no villain creatures? Is it like announced that there's no villain creatures, or is it just that there's no... Because they've only got a few cards released, like visually released, right? Or are there leaks that I haven't seen? They don't tend to look up the leaks, they just look up the website and go like, oh, those are the cards coming. Alright, we've got a Scorpion Seething Striker. It's got Death Touch, obviously. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died this turn, target creature you control connives. That's pretty good. If any creature died this turn. Yeah, that's alright. I don't know if I have him in my half-built deck yet for Norman, but he's useful. Is that a rare? That is a rare. Parker Luck. I don't have this card. At the beginning of your end step, 2 target players each reveal the top card of their library. They each lose life equal to the mana value of the card revealed by the other player. Hang on, sorry, I need to start again. Not from the spoilers so far, from the bad guys we've seen so far, it's safe that there's not going to be any. True. Huh, I mean, I know that, yeah, Shredder didn't have one, but that kind of sucks. I guess maybe, yeah, maybe... You'd think they would use... if they were gonna make Spider-Man a normal set, you would think they would use creature types that are common so they can push them to other sets, right? So it is weird that there's like no villains and heroes yet, unless they were just like, oh, we're gonna make so much Marvel content and we're starting with this. Because, like, look, if all of my Spider-Man cards suddenly get super expensive when Marvel Universe comes around, because suddenly heroes and villains are not as common as everyone thinks they are, but they get buffed super well by these few cards that Marvel Universe releases, that'd be great. Okay, I need to read this again because I didn't understand it when I read half of it the first time. So on your end step, 2 target players each reveal the top card of their library. They each lose life equal to the mana value of the card revealed by the other player. And then they each put the card they revealed into their hand. Okay. So it's pretty good for a Commander game. Because you can choose 2 players to fight each other. Well, good for a game that isn't a 1v1. That's a rare. I'm putting it in my rare pile. One of the problems with Universe Beyond... Yeah, that's what I'm most of my issues stem with Universes Beyond is that the sets tend to be, yeah, just like stuff that disappears. I really think that they should, especially with Universes Beyond, tie their types in with real sets. I think that makes the most sense. If you're going to, especially if you make a one-off, like, you know, Warhammer we haven't seen again, that kind of thing. It needs to be able to connect to new and old cards so people keep wanting it. Alright, we've got a foil Oscorp research team. I feel like that wasn't that great. It's a 4 mana creature. Oh, it's a defender. It's a good defender, and then you can pay 7 mana to draw cards. So like it's good to hold out and just draw cards. Yeah, right. I'm okay with that. We've got Savage Mansion. I think I already have that. It's just a add red or green and Surveil 1 for 4 mana. But the Surveil, paying mana to Surveil and then using Green Goblin to cheapen. Hang on, it's pay 4 mana though, so Green Goblin, that won't cheapen the Green Goblin Mayhem ability. Unless there's cards about, like, hang on, what is Conniving? That won't work for Conniving, does it? If you discarded a non-land, is that only when you connive? Probably. Because it's in the same brackets as the non-land? Yeah. Okay. And we've got we've got the meme. Obviously the meme. You gotta do the meme. Aha! It is random! Alright. Next boy. It would be sick if I pulled a Soulstone. Alright? I need to, like, open the pack off camera because I'm so bad at it. The first 2 were great. And now I've just lost all mojo. Wrong way, but we know we have another Human Citizen. If you were really excited about the Human Citizens, that goes up the wrong way. This is the way I want to hold it. And we've got Thwip. Creature gets +2 and gains flying until the end of turn. If it's a spider, you gain 2 life. That's a pretty useful cheap card for a white deck. I think Spider India is a green-white deck. That might be the spider hero I want to choose, because I think I've got one of him. If I'm doing a Spider-Man deck, that is. We got another Scout the City, we've seen that before. Another of the same Craven's Cats. I'm pretty sure I have a second type of Craven's Cats, so there is another type. News Helicopter, it's an artifact creature construct. got flying. When this creature enters, create a 1/1 green/white human citizen. I feel bad about most of the hero decks. Just making a bunch of humans to die. Like, surely a bunch of hero decks shouldn't make creatures make a bunch of human citizens just to die. Like, that seems like a villain situation, you know what I mean? Don't know. I don't know anything about... I know there has been some leaks for the Marvel Universe thing. I'm really excited to see what cards and what they end up going with for the Marvel Universe. I know there's supposed to be a Hulk transform, which is a great... Like, that's the best ability for Hulk to have, a transform ability from Bruce to Hulk. I'm pretty sure that's on... That's not a Spider-Man one, right? That was a Marvel Universes, I think. Maybe. But yeah. I think Clever was missed pretty hard in this set, and that's one of the many examples. Yes. Because, yeah, there's a lot of interesting... Because clearly they're trying to go for a Spider-Man... I'm sure they had some inspiration from Spider-Verse, like, with a lot of, like, multiverse stuff, but it seems like they're kind of trying to go comic book vibes with this set, and I hope they continue to have comic book vibes with Marvel Universes, and they go for some, like, obscure stuff. Fantastic Four precon? That sounds like... Yeah, that sounds great. A Fantastic Four precon? That seems like what you'd do, right? I do wonder how much Disney would interfere with card games too. Like, they have those, like, lore people that force you to, like, really pay attention to the lore, and I'm wondering if they're like... No, you've got to be super accurate, because that would be interesting. I guess we'll never know what really goes on behind the scenes at Hasbro Disney. Although Hasbro tends to, like, accidentally release Disney characters before they're out at the movies yet and, like, spoil plots, right? Or is that Lego? Maybe that's Lego. Alright, we got Eerie Gravestone, an artifact that you draw a card when it enters. It's only 2 mana, and you can pay 2 mana to sacrifice it, mill 4 cards, put a creature card from among them into your hand, and that's it. It's pretty useful. So any of the 4 can be the commander? Yeah. Work precon with each of the 4 being a different color, but still in the Worg identity. That is very useful. I like that. Yeah, there's like a lot you can do with the extended Marvel Universe. I feel like they were a bit limited with their card choices with Spider-Man, which it makes sense if it was supposed to be a secret layer to begin with, then. We got Shock, I have a bunch of those. It's just deal 2 damage. It's... What card is it like? Is it Cold Shock? Is this an alternate art no. Bolt? Is that the deal 2 damage to target? Or is it Shock? And I'm right that this is just a re-art of the card. I genuinely forget. I have like 4 of the card, I just can't remember the name of it. Maybe it's Bolt. Don't know. We got Mysterio's Phantasma. It's got flying and vigilance. How does Mysterio... Sorry, Phantasm, not Phantasma. I guess because it's an illusion it can fly, but... It shouldn't have flying. Mysterio can't fly. Whenever it attacks, you can mill a card. That's alright. Although is milling... It's a reprint of Shock. Yeah, so it is called Shock. Okay, cool. Deal 2 damage lands are called shock lands. Yeah, I thought so. We got Spider-Man no more. I have a foil of him, I think. Enchant creature as a citizen. Sorry, you enchant a creature, it becomes a citizen with base power and toughness 1/1. It has defender and loses all other abilities. It also loses all other creature types. You can only enchant your creatures, right? No, you can only equip your creatures. You can enchant enemy creatures. Yeah? Let's pretend that's true for now. It is true. I'm sure of it. Okay, we got Spider Suit. I'm pretty sure that's a pretty sick guy. It gives you something. Equipped creatures get, it's a 1 mana equipment for equip 3. It gets plus, equipped creature gets +2/+2 and is a spider hero in addition to other types. So you can buff a villain to be a hero as well. That would be a pretty sick equipment. That's to weaken it up. Yeah, I thought so. It's I haven't really had any enchantments, any negative enchantments. So I never really used them. I definitely haven't got this, but I really like the look of it. It's just like a high-vis lad. Damage control crew. When this creature enters, you can return target card with mana value 4 or greater from your graveyard to your hand. Or you can impound, exile target artifact or enchantment. That's a pretty sick card. You can either exile a card or bring back a sick card. For 4 mana. For a Miles Morales deck. I don't know if I have a Miles Morales card yet. Alright, we got an uncommon flash. Thompson Spider Fan. What does he do? Has flash, naturally. When he enters, choose one or both. You can heckle to tap target creature, or you can untap a target creature. Okay. That's a pretty useful first thing for 2 mana. Miles is a sick commander. Alright, I'll keep an eye out for him then. It's pretty good bang for buck, that card. We got with great power. I believe I have a foil with great power. Enchant creature you control. Enchanted creature gets +2 for aura and each aura and equipment attached to it. All damage that will be dealt to you is dealt to enchanted creature. Ooh, hang on. +2 for each aura and equipment attached to it, and all damage that would be dealt to you is dealt to enchant creature instead. So you can like make that on top of like the Wall of Ba Sing Se. Yeah, it's about as good as the flavor of the set gets. Yeah, I figured that. This seems pretty good for making just an absolute tank of a card. To just tank all damage and just like protecting the shit out of it. I can't remember I read it first time. I was just like, oh, it's a rare card, and I don't think I've looked at it since. Because I haven't really... I feel like I always win when I play white decks, but I don't like playing white decks. Ooh, we got a foil damage control crew. If I get a foil Miles, that's going in that one for sure. Otherwise, I'll just use a regular one to, like, keep the vibes the same, you know what I mean? Must for an anti-venom deck. I have an anti-venom, I don't remember what he does. Okay, we've got a non-foil Suburban Sanctuary, and... oh, same guy. Alright, now that we've opened a lot of cards, I have hopes. I really should get scissors. I feel like I'm gonna break. What I'm gonna do is immediately tear the soul stone. But if I get scissors, I'm immediately gonna cut it. So like, you know. I'm glad that I'm accidentally removing the pack from your field of view while I'm opening them. Damage dealt to him is removed and turned into counters. Okay, that is sick. I forgot about, no, yeah, I have read that. So that's a sick invincible card. And then you've just, if you get a hexproof card, you're golden. I guess bullet wipes are still, you know, you're pretty much golden. Wrong way. It's alright, this card isn't that great anyway. But I don't think we've picked it up yet. Subway Train. It's a 3/1 vehicle. When it enters, you may pay 1 green. If you do, search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. You can crew 2. Tap any number of creatures you control with total power of 2 or more. This vehicle becomes an artifact creature until end of turn. Yes, I know how vehicle works. Why did I bother reading that? Maybe you didn't. There's no way you didn't. You seem to know a lot more than me about Magic. Alright. Spider-Man Web Slinger. I think I might have had him before. That was words. Yeah. Did we already have him? No. Oh, he's... Because usually web slinging is like... No, they must be random. I haven't really looked at the mana cost and the web slinging cost of like each Spider-Man card. I was under the impression of, out of the Spider-Man cards I'd seen, that web slinging was just kind of like 1 or 2 mana off. Which this is 2 mana off, but like it's a... If you return a creature card to your hand, which might be good for an enter battlefield thing, it's a very cheap card for a 3/3 card. But I feel like it costs 3 mana. I mean, you get to do other things to cast it, I guess, but... So, like, you get a positive, but it should cost you more than 3 mana to return a tapped creature to your hand, and also play it. Right? Because I'm seeing a lot of the return tapped creature to your hand, but I don't see any cards that allow me to return tapped creatures to my hand. Like, it seems like I need more ability cards to make that happen more frequently. So much potential. I do like having a cheap card... Having an expensive good card that's quite cheap if you pull something off is a very Spider-Man card. But do they have any cards that can pull that off and look cool to make it feel like a Spider-Man card? And then you've got the ones that are like, web slinging is more expensive, but it does heaps. That's also sick. I hope they add at least one web slinging enchantment that's sick for the Marvel Universes one. That would be nice. I'm sure heroes and villains are gonna get buffed a lot too. So maybe Spider-Man will be good. Okay, we got another guy in the chair. We'll just skip that guy. Venom's Hunger. This is a good card, right? This spell costs 2 less to cast if you control a villain. Good for a Green Goblin deck and a villain deck as a whole. Destroy a target creature and you get... Okay, it's not great, but it is a 3 mana card and destroy a creature and gain 2 life, so that's alright. Not really, unfortunately, most of the web slingers really missed. Yeah. Yeah. I hope... Yeah. I don't know. They're probably not gonna, because again, it seems like these Universes Beyond sets are stuck in their set. So I imagine Marvel Universe isn't going to fix much, but the hero and villain creature type at least may be fixed. Got another taxi driver, let's skip that guy. Beetle, I don't think we've had him today. I think I have him though. Her, I'm gonna say. She's got flying, 2 mana to exile the card from your graveyard, put a counter on a target creature. Okay, so it's similar to the Venom, but same mana cost as the Venom, but it's a single counter and against flying. That's okay. It was a 4 mana 3/3 too, so best enabler is probably Peter Parker. Don't know if I've pulled a Peter Parker yet. I might have. Venom Cat, I have pulled a few of them and I'm very happy with them. I think Death Touch and when the creature enters, mill 2 cards. No. I was gonna say I'd like it for like a... Oh, actually, it buffs with another card. I think there was another card that does symbiote stuff that I thought was good for a Venom Cat for like a standard deck. The flip side gives every colored legendary creature web slinging. Oh. Okay. Another bagel. Another scorpion seething striker. Pfft. There's too much alliteration. Well, there's not enough really, because it's Spider-Man, but Heroes Hangout. I don't think I have that. Is that what Gwen and Miles look like? This is really hates focus. It hates focus. How do I get you to focus? Is it if I hold it? No. Is that Miles? Are you sure? Why is his jaw so huge? He looks like Flynn Rider from Tangled, but with no hair and a different skin tone. Huh. Okay, I should probably read the actual abilities. You can have Date Night, which is exile. It's a 1 mana card. I can exile the top 2 cards of my library. I choose one of them that I can play. Okay, it's very cheap for a player card from your deck, I think. 1 or 2 target creatures each get +1 and first strike until the end of turn. That's useful. Patron, this is actually a pretty useful card. I'm not gonna lie. Despite my hang-ups about Miles Morales' visualization, it's a useful card. We've got another Silver Sable, uncommon. We've got... Ooh, who is this? Who is this? Behold the Sinister Six. A Borderless. A mythic Borderless. Return up to 6 target creature cards with different names from the graveyard to the battlefield for 7 mana. Sorry, 6 colorless and 1 black mana. I really wish it did focus, but that's a sick card visually. And it was also a 7 mana to play 7 cards that are of any varying mana. So that's also really useful. Now, naturally, I'm never going to be able to scan this with this bloody app. So I'll search him up to see what he costs, because he is a mythic, and I don't think we have any other mythics yet. It's been a pretty bad run. It is quite a cheap card for what I think is a pretty useful... Wait, hang on. Oh no, yeah, it's a pretty cheap card for what I think. Not that. Yeah, the art is really sick. I really love the comic book art, and I hope that's what we're getting from Marvel Universes. I hope we're getting a lot of sick comic book art variants. Foil Terrific Team Up. I believe that's good too. Spell cost 2 less to cast if you control a permanent with mana value 4 or greater. It costs 2 mana if you control a permanent with mana value 4 or greater. And 1 or 2 target creatures you control each get +1 till the end of turn. They each deal damage equal to their power to target creature and opponent control. Target creature. So Terrific Team Up is used to kill a behemoth with... Wait, how does First Strike work with 2 creatures? It'll attack, it'll First Strike, deal damage, then First Strike, deal damage, right? It won't First Strike, First Strike. The first one makes more sense to me. Oh, it deals damage so they won't die anyway. That's cool. I guess that's a good way to destroy an awesome card. I was overthinking it. I didn't read the whole card. All right, we got Ominous Asylum, a land. It's all right. It's okay. Do. I'm gonna open the packs on. I need to remember that my hands are on camera. It's a deal damage gun in a fight, yeah. There we go. Watch me open this card pack super wrong. This way. No. This way. Okay. Subway Train, we've seen that guy. City Pigeon, we haven't actually seen City Pigeon. When this creature, it's a flying, obviously, 1 for 1 mana. When it leaves the battlefield, create a food token. That's pretty useful. Pigeon equals 3 life. Lurking Lizards. It has Trample, which is pretty useful for a 1/3. But whenever you cast a spell with mana value 4 or greater, put a 1/1 counter on this creature. So he's good for ramping up a bunch of counters when you get super good. It seems pretty good as an early creature that you want to buff a bunch via like Green Goblin and that kind of thing, where you want to waste less mana spending a lot of mana. You know what I mean? I think. That Mayhem plus Connive plus the mana value cost. A lot of good cards for that, I feel, that I'm seeing. We got another Skyward Spider. We got a Spider Islanders. I think I have a few of these. A horror. It's a spider horror. I don't know how citizens work, but the horror is good. For, like, is it Innistrad? No, Duskmourn has a fair bit of horror play, right? It's a good value for a 2-mana creature, yeah. So Spider has Mayhem 2. That's it, it has Mayhem 2. So you can halve the cost of the mana if you find a way to throw it, which is good, because a lot of villains have Connive, right? So that would be a good way to use Connive to throw a creature that's already got Mayhem out if you didn't have your Norman out yet. Sick. But yeah, horrors work, and I think Cheb was talking to me about spiders and how being spiders that they only released the Omen Path, is that what it's called, on Magic Arena? And that's a big spider set that works really well with Spider-Man, but it's not a physical release. And I'm wondering if there's a reason for that. I wonder if Disney had something to do with that. Like, they didn't want spiders. Well, they already have spider... I don't know. They already have spider cards. Why would that make sense? It's just weird that they released a buff to Spider-Man only in digital form. Don't know. Alright, we got Unstable Experiment. This is some Green Goblin fuel. 2 mana, a target player draws a card, then up to 1 target you control connives. Wait, no, hang on, we already had this. Yeah, alright. Sick. I think we already had this, right? You just target player draws a card, and then creature you control connives, yeah. Path and Spider-Man are the same set. Disney wanted a ton of money for digital rights, and Wizards of the Coast said, fuck you, basically. Yes, I thought that might have been... Oh, wait, so they don't have Spider-Man at all on the arena, and they've made Omen Path to remake the Spider-Man set digitally. Huh. I was wondering about that. Interesting. Did they add more cards? Because that could be fun. Maybe they should just release physical Omen Path. Alright, we got another Venom Cat. Alien Symbiosis. I don't think I have that card yet. It's an uncommon. Enchanted creature gets +1, has menace, and is a symbiote in addition to its other types. It's only 2 mana. You may cast this card from your graveyard by discarding a card in addition to paying its other costs. That's a pretty useful card. Same thing for the future Marvel set on Arena. It's going to be Omen Path 2. Oh. See, it's interesting because the Omen Path set feels very much more Magic the Gathering-y. And I genuinely looked at the cards and my brain didn't immediately go, that's the Spider-Man card. Because I hadn't really seen the Spider-Man stuff, I guess. But like... Huh. That's interesting. Alright, we got Shocker. That's his name, Shocker! That's the guy from the villain thing earlier. I knew I'd seen him before. He's also in the first Spider-Man... The first Tom Holland Spider-Man movie. Right? During your turn, Shocker has first strike. Love that. I love that during your turn this guy's sick, or this on your turn this guy sucks, and on their turn this guy's sick. Vibro Shock Gauntlets. When Shocker enters, he deals 2 damage to target creature, 2 damage to creature's controller. That's pretty good. There's 4 full damage, but you can kill a creature and deal 2 damage to play. That's a good card. I will wait because I believe there are ads playing on Twitch, and I feel like we're about to see some rare. Or a mythic. And web's a nice name for it. That's a good Magic term for web slinging. I will say that's kind of what I feel like Universes Beyond vibes should be. Like, I like Spider-Man, but the concept of like Magic the Gathering-ifying Spider-Man makes more sense to me. Shocker being shock attached to a body is pretty neat flavor. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I like in web. That's a good name for it, and I think that's a great Magic the Gathering-ifying of Spider-Man. Alright, so we've got another uncommon. I'm running out of hope. What do we got? Spider Bite, Web Warden. Interesting. MTG being in the streets of New York is just weird. Yeah, I do, like, it's Magic, and the whole point of it is multiverses, so it makes sense. There's a Spider-Man, really. But it does feel weird because all of the other planes are very synergized. I would say the least synergized plane is probably Bloomborough, just because it's essentially a furry universe, but it's still pretty good. Pretty good Magic vibes, you know? There's always silly little creatures in Magic, so it kind of makes sense still. Alright, Spider Bite enters. It's a 3-mana 2/2. And it returns... Okay, so it returns a creature to its owner's hand. So playing this on your second main phase is so far the only thing I've seen that can give me web slinging. Aether Drift is kind of out there. That's like a sci-fi one, isn't it? And there's like... The Mad Max one's pretty out there for a normal Magic the Gathering too, right? Is that what Aether Drift is? Sorry. Aether Drift is the Mad Max one, right? The driving Mad Maxy kind of thing. Or is not Universes Beyond? Is New Horizons the sci-fi one? What's the sci-fi one? Or is Aether Drift both sci-fi and Mad Max? Okay, what's the... Ooh! We've got Black Cat Enchantment. That is a sick borderless. Hang on, a 3? This is a sick card. The art on it gives me like Yu-Gi-Oh vibes. It's a reprint of another card, so it's not very expensive. But it's sick. That's a special guest. That's a really... I don't know. I'm getting, like, the vibes on this card is good. It feels comic booky, like, it's kind of... You can't really see it in the camera, but the shading is giving me, like, early 2000s anime, which is why I'm getting Yu-Gi-Oh vibes more so than actual Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I really like it, despite it being a reprint of a real card by the looks of things. So it's an enchantment that gives you hexproof. If a source would deal damage to you, prevent that damage and put an incarnation counter on this enchantment. When there are 9 incarnation counters, exile it. When it leaves the battlefield, you lose the game. So despite it being not a very expensive card, I do feel like I'm just going to keep the card. I don't know if I'll ever use the card. It's pretty good, but I feel like... Oh, actually... It'd be good to put on something that... like, you don't want to get attacked very often, for whatever reason, I guess. Or if you had something that could move counters around, that also might be nice. Or can you remove like counters? Maybe that won't work. But this is a sick card. So really, we've gotten 2 sick cards so far, which isn't filling me with hope about the next ones. I went that the wrong way, but we've got Spinneret and Spiderling, which is a rare. Whenever you attack with 2 or more spiders, put a counter on Spinneret and Spiderling. Whenever Spinneret and Spiderling deals 4 or more damage, exile the top card of your library and you may play that card. Okay. It's a really good, like, growth card, I guess. It's like... I feel like it's hard to grow, though. Whenever you attack with 2 or more spiders. So you only get a counter. It's a win con in some group hug decks? Interesting. I'll have to look into that. But yeah, I love the card. That's a really pretty card. Spinneret and Spiderling is okay. I don't see how it ramps well, but like it's a cheap card with a lot of abilities, which makes me think it can be used really well. Obviously it says deals 4 or more damage, so you want it to deal 5 damage at some point, but I feel like... I guess you can attack, you can put it on the field and then play a bunch of other spiders to buff it, and then deal like 5 damage after 4 turns, maybe. Since it has hexproof, it's hard to remove by ops, so you let it tick down to almost losing and then give it away. Oh, did the counter sit on the enchantment, not the... On this enchantment! Okay. That's pretty good. I didn't even think about that. But that is... Okay. Okay. I can see that being quite useful. Why am I backwards again? We got a foil Spider-Man Noir. With Menace, whenever a creature you control attacks alone, put a counter on it, and then Surveil, where X is the number of counters on it. Look at the top X cards of your library, then put any number of them into the graveyard and the rest on top of your library in any order. So Surveil, the Surveil cards are pretty good for... No, hang on, you've got to discard a card, don't you? So cards in your graveyard doesn't matter, you have to discard them. So I can't see how this is useful for any of the cards I picked up, but maybe I've forgotten some abilities. And this is a land. A foil mountain. I've got a lot of foil lands. Because I did get the bundle. So I've got a lot of foil lands, but I also feel like I keep pulling foil lands from boosters, like more than normal lands almost. To be fair though, they only have... They seem to not have that many lands. They have mostly basic lands. So it makes sense that I guess I have a better chance of having foil. Maybe it doesn't. This way. I face you, and then I flip him. Spider, we've got that. Alright. We're going rapid fire now. Wait, do we have this yet? Spectacular Tactics. We can put a counter on a target creature I control and it gains hexproof until the end of turn. Destroy a target creature with power 4 or greater. Okay, it's alright. 2 mana to destroy power 4 or greater creature is not bad. How it faces you. Pumpkin Bombardment, we haven't had that, but I have 2 of them. It's an additional cost to cast the spell, discard a card, or pay 2. So Pumpkin Bombs are good for Green Goblin, but obviously you can only have 1 in your deck. And it deals 3 damage to a target creature, which is useful. Very red deck of them. We've got Daily Bugle Reporters already. We've got a Common Crook. We've seen an Angry Rabble. We've got, sorry, I just like wished that away. It's whoosh. I realize my hand's not next to the camera again. Wisecrack. I don't think I've seen that yet. It's an uncommon. Target creature deals damage equal to its power to itself. Oh, obviously for an enemy? Okay. That is an interesting card. It basically says, yeah, kill. It's just kill yourself, right? This card is just kill yourself. Interesting. I like it. Secret Identity. Did we? Yeah, we've already got that one. We've got Spider-Man India. I feel like that was good, but I can't remember what it did. You can spend 2 less mana with web slinging. Its ability is whenever you cast a creature spell, put a counter on a target creature you control against flying until, so giving a lot of creatures flying. It's not like great, but it's okay. It's a good way to get some free damage off with spiders, which would help benefit the spiderlings. A rare J. Jonah Jameson. When he enters, suspect up to 1 target creature. A suspected creature has menace and can't block. Whenever a creature you control with menace attacks, create a treasure token. Okay, lots of treasure tokens from that, I guess. Especially if you grab a guy who's got flying or something. That's a rare, let's put it on the rare pile. I have a rare pile just because I feel like I want rare cards even though they're cheap. It's a good enabler for Miles Morales. Ooh, okay. Again, haven't seen a Miles Morales card, so I'm not technically sure what he does, but I want to see one. Okay, Multiversal Passage. I do have 3 of those now, one of them being foil. I don't get what makes this card as expensive as it is. It's like $8. I could be wrong. I think it's like $8. Maybe the foil card's $8. It's just a basic land that enters tapped, right? Like, it's good for enabling a multi... one of the 10+ hits? Yeah. I just don't get... I don't know what I'm not seeing about why it's so good. Yeah, I noticed it had dropped last I looked at it. Is there like something you can choose that makes... because choosing, like, if you put another basic land of the type you want in the deck, it's the same as drawing this land, right? The only difference is you can use it immediately, whereas with this you have to pay 2 life. The shock land of any color. I mean, I guess? I don't know. It's good if you're playing like a 5-element deck, but it's only good for like 3 to 5 colors, right? If you're playing like a 2 to 1 color deck, it'd be a waste, wouldn't it? It's how I feel about it, but maybe I'm wrong. We got a foil Merciless Enforcers. Oh, we've seen that, but it's in foil mode. This is the color of your choice. Yeah, but like, what's the point of adding... That's what I'm like, if you're really not getting colors you need for like a 5-color deck, I can see that being important. But for like a 2-color deck, Yeah, they're just for 3, yeah. See, I don't like playing decks with more than 3 colors. When I saw 5-element deck for Lorwyn, I was like, ugh. Because I like the concept of playing, like, conceptually, the 5 colors represent 5 play styles of the game. And the colors divide into the different play styles. So to me, a 5-color deck is a deck that's going to be really hard to pull what you want, and your play style is, I know that's not how it functions at a game level, but conceptually, I'm like, I want to build huge monsters, I'm picking a green deck. And I want to build huge monsters and shoot over the top of people, I'm building a red deck. You know what I mean? I get that 5-color works, especially with a lot of the funky land that are like 2 colors and lands that let you choose colors. But to me, I want a deck that has like a set play style where I can go, that's what I want to play as. And so I'm always like, I don't really want to touch like over 3 colors. Really 3 colors, although Green Goblin's a 3-color, obviously. So I'm stuck with him because that's the only villain that I was like, yeah, I'll play with him. If I get a Doc Ock, the good Doc Ock, maybe I'll pivot though. And we've got this Campus, which I think we've already picked that up, but it's got a Surveil on it, so it's good for playing stuff from your graveyard if you need to. Or a Doc Ock. I really wasn't expecting this to take the entire stream, because I wanted to play Spyro after this, because I'm on the very last part of it. I'm thinking I might, depending on how long this takes, I might stream a little bit extra, because I feel like, why would you make this take longer? Why would you do this to me? I know you're watching on YouTube, so you didn't see the redemption on Twitch, but I just got a redemption to do 10 burpees, as per my Twitch redeems. Alright, hold on. I just realized I haven't drunk my coffee that I made 2 hours ago. So I'm gonna inhale that. And then I'll projectile vomit when I do the burpees. Also, I don't know if you were here when I said that I was moving 2 play boosters off to the side. I left them to the side for someone to have, and I am worried that it's going to have a Soul Stone in it. And if it's got a Soul Stone in it, can you pull a full art Soul Stone? Or is the full art the expensive one? I know you can't pull the expensive one, but I thought... I don't know what I thought. I thought the full art was the thing. The Soul Stone. I can't tell. Scryfall isn't telling me how to do that. Hang on. It looks like the full art is a $32,000 card. I'm assuming that's... yeah. So the foil and the non-foil basic art. Alright. And the basic art's the 2 hands, the like yin-yang with the Soul Stone, I'm guessing. And the $32,000 card, so that one's a $55 card. Then there's a $32,000 card, which I'm assuming is from the collector bundles. There's an $1,000 card. The Thanos is also a collector bundle. I see. Wait, what's the difference? Is the difference between the promo and the normal one just... Oh, it's got 2025 on it? That sucks. I feel like if I got a Spider-Man promo Soulstone, I would expect that to be a lowered price versus the normal one. Interesting. I was pretty sure that the original Soulstone, sorry, the Soulstone that I could get was a $100 one. So either it's dropped by $50, which is insane, or I've misread something. But yeah, I was pretty sure I couldn't get most of the Soulstones from the collector bundles. But for some reason I thought Thanos was one of the ones I could get. Alright. I guess that's where we're going with this one. No wait, oh, I fucked that up. Maybe stop clicking buttons, eh? Alright. I'm glad I didn't leave nonsense everywhere. I do have a bucket with bleach in it. That's for later. I was not prepared to do burpees tonight. I didn't do that right. I believe that was 10. You stop that. It's too hot in here to do burpees. Alright. More. Alright. We've got Daily Bugle reporters. Electro's Bolt, which I think is new. In that we haven't got it this run yet. I think I already have it. Electro's Bolt deals 4 damage to target creature. It's also got Mayhem 2. No wait, we did get it, because I remember looking at the Mayhem 2 and going like, oh, it's a pretty cheap damage. We got another Spider-Man Web Slinger, which is good. Get a Wrecking Ball, which we haven't looked at yet, actually. I should look at it. When it enters, it deals 5 damage to a target creature. So 5 mana, 5 damage. And then you can pay 2 mana to destroy a target artifact. Sick. We've got another whoosh. We've got the Merciless Enforcers again. We've got Spider-Man No More again. By the way, this is kind of a dry run of... I'm gonna record a Law and Eclipse pack opening with actual, like, prices and maybe ideas for deck building next to each card I pick. Ideally, when I get Lawman, which will be later this week, so I might do it on the weekend and upload it next week. I think it's on the weekend. Like, yeah. So I'm practicing my card opening skills at the moment. But I also need to practice my deck building before I do that. Okay, so we've got Scarlet Spider. I don't think we've had him this run yet. Unless we have. When he enters, you may discard. Put a counter on him if you do. He has a Mayhem 1. He's also quite cheap, but he's pretty mana to damage average. There's got to be a better way to use him, but looking at him, I'm like, I don't want to use him. Like, he might be good if I use a cheap Mayhem early on to just get someone else out in the field, I guess. Actually, he'd be good if you use Mayhem on him to bring him out, and then he discards another card. You can use Mayhem on that card to bring another card out, I guess. Ooh, I haven't seen this guy. Living Brain, Mechanical Marvel. At the beginning of combat on your turn, take target non-equipment artifact you control becomes an artifact creature with base power and toughness 3/3 until the end of turn. Untap it. Interesting. When it says untap it, is that before that? Or is it saying untap it at the end of the turn? Huh. I'm assuming untapping at the end of the turn because that makes sense for it, but I don't know. Uncommon Sun Spider, Nimble Webber. During your turn, Sun Spider has flying. Again, I love during your turn and during your opponent's turn abilities, because it makes the play for you, like, you've got to think about your turn and their turn. I feel like I always forget to think about the opponent's turn versus my turn and being like, oh, I can do things on this turn. I'm always... I feel like I'm mostly green deck oriented because I just do a lot of stuff on my turn and then go, alright, your turn to build a big strong monster. When it turns into a creature, you untap it too. Okay. But like... it becomes an artifact creature with base, blah, 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 and then untap it. But is it, I mean, does it also do it at the end, is what I meant. Like, can you use it as ability and use its tapping ability as an artifact? Oh, you can't use its tapping ability on the enemy's turn anyway, I guess. Or can you? Can you tap on it? No, you can't, right? I don't know. Sun Spider. When it enters, search your library for an aura equipment, reveal it, put it in your hand. It looks like Spider-Man's got a lot of equipment aura stuff. Like, I've seen a lot of the abilities for Spider-Man equipment-y, but I'm not seeing much equipment that I think could benefit them. Maybe I'm wrong. Again, is this Miles Morales' parents? Are we sending Miles Morales' parents out into a plane to be annihilated by frickin' an Eldrazi? What's that about? Tap 2 untapped creatures you control and add 1 mana of any color. For 3 mana, you can tap 2 creatures you control to add a mana of... Oh no, sorry, that's an ability that you can do at any point. So that's good for a, like, white-green deck, I guess. Tapping is instant speed. Okay. For some reason, I thought it was sorcery speed. I've opened this wrong. I got a black cat, though. A not mythic, sorry. A rare was the right one. Black Cat Cunning Thief. When Black Cat enters, look at the top 9 cards of target opponent's library. Exile 2 of them face down. Put the rest on the bottom of their library in a random order. You may play the exiled cards for as long as they remain exiled. And mana of any type can be spent to cast spells this way. That's a pretty sick card. Like, it's a one-trick pony, you play it for 5 mana, and it does a cool thing, and then it's like, yeah, it's kind of done now. I mean, I'm sure you can buff it with, like, a villain or a rogue, or a human. All 3 of those creature types are quite useful for, like, non-Spider-Man decks. That's a rare. But the ability to potentially take one of their best cards, exile it forever. I forget, airbending takes stuff from the graveyard, is that right? Not... what is... I had it explained to me last week and I've completely forgotten. We got a foil creature spider. And we've got a normal green land and another hot dog. I should send it to the hot dog guy on Facebook. Right. We're like halfway through these packs. We're going to be here all night. I do feel like there's a better way for me to open these packs. I'll be honest. You exile a card and it can be recast for 2 mana. Oh, does airbending reduce the mana cost? Does exiling a card with another card count as exiling it for airbend? Though? Don't know. Who knows? Probably you. Based on previous conversations. Alright, let's go. We've got the wrestler. We've had him before. We've got Web Up. We've got that before. We've got Vibrant Cityscape. A land in the middle of everything. Okay. Tap, sacrifice it, search your library for a basic land, put it onto the battlefield tapped, and shuffle. You cast Black Cat, get her effect. Yes. To exile 2 cards of the opponents. Right? Opponent's deck, right? Yeah. And you can cast that for their mana cost at any point. We've got Thwip. We've had that before. Then you play a card that airbends Black Cat. Oh, recast her. That makes sense. Okay. Yes, that does seem OP. We've got the Gravestone again. We've got the Wrecking Ball again. That's a lot of artifacts we've just gotten. We've got Serious Phantasm again. Not seeing any new cards, and I do wonder how many cards there are in Spider-Man, and if I found them all that are uncommon and commons. Did we get Deadly Bugle Building yet? I think so. No, not today. I've had it before. You can tap it to add mana, add colorless. You can pay a mana to tap it to add any other mana. Or you can pay 1 mana and tap it to do a smear campaign, which is target a legendary creature gains a menace until the end of turn. So J. Jonah Jameson's... You can get 2 menace creatures. Wait, J. Jonah Jameson's menace is just creatures with menace, isn't it? So you can have 2 menace creatures and buff it? There we go. Whenever a creature you control with menace attacks, so you can double up your treasure token out. Interesting. Output was the word I was using there. I forgot to actually use it. I just said out. I'm trying to be hip and like make up new words, so I'm gonna start calling output outs. You can follow along. Start calling them outs with me and make it a thing. Web shoot. We haven't got web shooters yet, which is another equipment. So like maybe there is a lot of Spider-Man equipment. I just haven't seen them yet. It's an equipment that gets a creature 1/1 and has reach, and whenever the creature attacks, tap that targeted creature an opponent controls. That's pretty useful. 2 mana to cast, 2 mana to equip. What? Ooh, I don't know. This is probably not a good card. Oh, hang on. I think I know exactly what this card is because I think I already have it. We've got Superior Foes of Spider-Man, which we've already got, but in a foil version. And we have... Oh, hang on. I am wrong. This is not the card I thought it was. I thought it was another Norman Osborn. This is Miles Morales. I couldn't tell based on the Spider-Man design color, but I've got Miles Morales now. When Miles enters, I put a counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. I can transform him for a lot of mana. Oh, I've been meaning to ask someone this, and while you're here, I may as well. Miles Morales is a 2 mana creature. If Miles is a commander, Miles gets the mana of all of the mana on the card, so he would be a green, red, and a white. I'm assuming. That's my assumption. I'm pretty sure the color identity is every color on the card, right? If I cast a commander with transform, does the 2 mana cost affect both creatures or just the main creature? Like, is Miles... It'll just apply 2 extra mana to Miles, right? It shouldn't increase the transform cost. I assume. Okay, I gotta look at the actual back of it because I need to know. He gets first strike and haste. Why does he need haste? Do you get summoning sickness for a transform? Is that what I'm getting from the haste? Or can you... I just guess I just don't know what the does it say it on the side or does it just say transform? Transform Miles Morales, activate only as a sorcery. You can cast either side. But like you can transform Miles. Right? So I would play Miles to transform him for cheaper, or should I play Ultimate Spider-Man depending on how I'm playing the deck? And then when he gets too expensive because I've spent too much mana on him, I start playing Miles and transforming him. Because transforming shouldn't... You don't get extra mana cost with abilities, and I'm assuming transform is an ability. Right? I don't know these things. I've never used the transforming commander. That was just my assumption. Wrong way around. We have a foil Wraith, Vicious Vigilante. Sorry, not Vigilance. It is an uncommon foil with a legendary creature, human detective hero, with double strike and can't be blocked. She could be really useful for a hero deck that buffs her. Depends on the context, really. If you have a good amount of counters out already, you might want to just cast the backside right away, but if you need counters, you might want to cast the front first. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. He's probably like, you probably want to play the expensive one, but then if you lose that commander, I'd say you start playing Miles first to like get a cheaper version of Ultimate Spider-Man. So the reason it's got haste is because you can summon it quickly and fight quickly, I guess. But you don't have to do that. And you can camouflage it to put a counter on Ultimate Spider-Man. He gains hexproof and becomes colorless until the end of turn. Whenever I attack, I double the number of each counter on each spider legendary. That is a sick card for a spider deck. I would really like... I assume it's already been done because Spider-Man's been out a while, but I really would like to see a lot of spider decks with really cool Spider-Man heroes and then Eldritch Horror spiders from the deep pits of like Duskmourn or something. I think that'd be a hilarious mix of cards. And this is a land. Just a normal plains. Just a normal spider also. Alright. But yes, Miles does seem like a pretty good spider hero commander choice out of the ones I've got. Even non-spider decks, it's good since it's all legendary. Oh, legendaries and spiders, that is true. Actually, it's good for every commander deck because they're packed with legendary creatures. Usually. I feel like you'd want to pack them with legendary creatures because they're always the ones with abilities that you can kind of mooch off of. And they're usually good on their own, whereas the single creatures aren't very good on their own, and you'd use a standard deck for that. We haven't had Spider Rex. I've opened a few Spider Rexes before, but not today. We've got a Reach a Trample, a Ward 2. I also never read the flavor text on this, but it says on Earth 6/6. Firstly, his name's Turtaka. I'm assuming pterodactyl is the reason for that. Or is it Tur? I don't know. He doesn't even have to attack to double the counter, it just says whenever you attack. So yeah, just throw tokens in. That sounds like an OP buff to all of your creatures, yes. Yeah, I feel like it's either Pataka or it's like Pterodactyl Turtaka. Learn that with Gur power comes Grursibility. I haven't read that flavor text out of all the times I've picked it, and this is stupid. This is a stupid flavor text. Alright. Another Skyward Spider. Spider-Man Brooklyn Visionary. I think I have seen that before. We've got a web slinging, pretty cheap web slinging for what the card actually has to start with. When it enters, you can search for a land card and add it. Cool and sick. I don't think there's a card I've seen that can reliably return creatures to your hand in the Spider-Man set. Got the normal Doc Ock. Got another Venom's Hunger. We've got another... Wait, do we have a Spider-Gwen yet? Reach. Whenever Spider-Gwen becomes tapped, you may discard a card. If you do, draw one. That's a pretty useful card if I was to add that with Green Goblin or any of the villains. I don't know how she would play with the heroes, though. Oops, sorry, I'm the wrong way around. Unstable Experiment again. A Hot Dog Cart, I think we've had that already. Wall Crawl, I don't think we've had that. I like the art on it. It's an uncommon enchantment. When it enters, create a 2/1 green spider creature token with reach, and then I gain a life for each spider you control. This is a very good end game situation with the spiders. Spiders you control get +1 and can't be blocked by creatures with Defender. Huh. That's pretty sick. Oh, totally Morbin on them. I think I have one Morbius lurking around with Flying Vigilance and Lifelink, but it's got a 1 toughness, so you don't want it to get touched. You can pay 2 mana to exile it. For 3 cards of your library, put 1 of them in your hand, the rest at the bottom of your library in any order. Totally Morbin on him. I still haven't seen Morbius. I kind of want to, but I don't want to see it and make them seem like people want to see it on streaming. You know what I mean? I have this guy before, Craven Proud Predator. He's got Vigilance, he has top of the food chain, which Craven's power is equal to the greatest mana value among permanents you control. Which is pretty sick, and also can be useful for when you pay cheap, when you reduce the amount of mana that you need to pay something and you get a high mana card that you didn't necessarily pay to do. Is this our rare? It's the other Craven, which I also have. Trample, whenever a creature an opponent controls with the greatest power among creatures that play it. Sorry, whenever a creature an opponent controls. Whenever a creature an opponent controls with the greatest. Hold on, what? Whenever a creature an opponent controls with the greatest power among creatures that player control. No. With the greatest power among creatures that player controls dies. The creature controls the greatest power among creatures that player controls. Whenever an opponent's... No, sorry. Whenever anyone's biggest creature dies, strongest creature dies, draw a card and put a counter on Craven the Hunter. I understand that it's written the way that it is to make sure that no one's confused by the card, but my god, is that hard to read. I think that's how, if I ever play that card, that is exactly the way I'm going to explain that card to people who want to know what he does. Whenever your strongest creature dies, I get to draw a card and put a counter on him. I feel like that looks like a blockage coming out. Why do I never get these guys on YouTube? Alright. And, oh, we've got one more card before the land. No. Yep. A foil Agent Venom. A rare, okay. We got Flash, Menace, obviously. Wait, is this a Flash? It is a Flash Venom. Not an Eddie Venom. Naturally, does every Flash Thompson card have Flash? Because it's beautiful. I guess there's probably only two, right? Flash Thompson and Agent Venom. Flash menace, whenever another non-token creature you control dies, you draw a card and lose 1 life. So Agent Venom is really about not losing cards, which sucks for a game about losing cards. And we've got a fully normal land. I didn't even realize those existed. This genuinely might be the only one of these that looks the way that it looks that I've seen. All of them have been the like spiderweb planes. That's the first time I've seen one that isn't. That's crazy. And we've got this spider, which keeps like making me think it's a foil token, but it's just the color scheme of the spider playing with the light in my room. We are genuinely only halfway through this. I'm gonna have to pull an all-nighter. It'd be sick if I grabbed some scissors. I don't think I have any scissors in this room. I would need to walk upstairs, and that would take a long time. Genuinely, I don't think I have anything that could work for that. All right. The next pack. We've got another pigeon. We've got Grow Extra Arms. We haven't seen that today. I've got a foil version of it. This spell costs 1 less to cast if it targets a spider, so it costs 1 mana, and it gives the creature 4/4 until the end of turn. So it's a pretty useful one-off to get a lot of damage. I got like 3 soul stones while you were gone, actually. I don't think I got anything super cool while you were gone, no. I've got to pull at least 1 soul stone, surely. Got another Oscorp. I'm just gonna like, got a risky, wait. Did we get risky research? We got Surveil 2, draw 2 cards, and you lose 2 life. For 3 mana. I feel like we haven't had it yet. It's a pretty chill, like, it's an average card, you know? Romantic Rendezvous. Discard a card and then draw 2 cards. It's pretty saucy card. I mean, it's useful. It's 2 mana to draw 2 cards, really. Discarding a card isn't that important because a lot of the cards have Mayhem. Got Passenger Ferry. I believe we already have that. Whenever it attacks, pay mana. Another target attacking creature can't be... When you do, another target attacking creature can't be blocked this turn. That's pretty useful. I don't know if I read that last time, if we did have that. Spider Yuck. We've got him before. Vulture. The Vulture. Flying, and whenever it attacks, other villains gain flying. So it's a really good one to buff up the rest of your villains. And I don't know if I have him in my Norman deck yet. Supportive Parents again. Love Supportive Parents. Ooh, a new saga. The Death of Gwen Stacy. It's our rare. Destroy a target creature. So if I put that in a villain deck with my Norman Osborn commander, I feel like I have to do that, right? And obviously I need to be versing someone using a Gwen commander. The second is each player may discard a card. Each player who doesn't loses 3 life. Exile any number of target players' graveyards. That is insane. Surely you exile all of target players' graveyards. Because it's just exile, it's not like you may play it. I like that. I think that's going in my Green Goblin deck just for the sake of Gwen's death and Green Goblin. I actually don't know if Green Goblin kills Gwen Stacy in the comics. Is it Lizard? Why do I feel like it's the Lizard and not Green Goblin? Maybe it's Green Goblin. I don't know. Ooh, another rare. Strength of Will. Until end of turn, target creature you control gains indestructible, and whenever this creature is dealt damage... Oh, I think I have got this already. It's a pretty useful card, especially... That card would, I assume, double Agent Venom's counters, right? I don't know. It seems pretty sick. Oh, I'm the wrong way around, but we've got a foil Skyward Spider. It's okay. Skyward Spider seems okay. I don't know if I'm going to use a white-blue, like a deck with white-blue. So, I don't know. And I have like 5 of them. So I might just keep the foil, and if anyone wants a Skyward Spider, I'll just throw it at them. I need to get better at this card opening nonsense. I'm using my teeth. I know. It lowers the value of all cards, I'm sure. Watch this one be Soulstone because I used my teeth on it. And then there's video evidence that I've damaged the card. Whoop. Scorpion Sting, we've got you. We're gonna just speed through the whip. Spider Rex. Common Crook. Should I milk Lorwyn Eclipse's play boosters? Should I open 5 a video and like chat bullshit the whole time? We've got another Masked Meower. Look at that guy. Look at that guy. Uncatchable Spider Cat. Did you hear that? Uncatchable. Got another Passenger Ferry. Got another Risky Research. I don't know if I put any artifacts in my Norman deck, but a Passenger Ferry might be an idea. Got a Flying Octopus, an uncommon. I believe we already have a few of those. Costume Closet. This is the first time I've had that this time, but I had it before. This artifact enters with 2 counters on it. 2 1/1s on it. Tap to move it onto a target creature you control. Whenever a modified creature you control leaves the battlefield, put a counter on this artifact. Oh! I don't know if I read that last ability last time. So any creatures with equipment, auras, or counters, when they leave the battlefield, another counter gets put on the Costume Closet. So if you're playing with a lot of counters, you can move counters around like crazy. Especially if you have anything that can untap artifacts. Hang on. How do 1/1 counters work legally? So 1/1 counters increase the power and toughness of a creature. If an artifact, for instance, has a lot of 1/1 counters on it, and then a certain card that I picked up a while ago has turned this artifact into a creature with 3/3, for instance, do those counters then get added to that artifact creature as power and toughness? Because that could be good, because I'm thinking Costume Closet adds a counter to a person a turn, essentially. And that's assuming you lose a creature with a modification on it to start with. Which, the cheapest way to do that would be to have a lot of equipment that you equip tokens with, I guess. But I can't see Costume Closet being useful for actually distributing tokens, it's just redistributing tokens slowly instead of losing them altogether. I don't know. Uncommon Spider-Man Heroic Horde. Horde? Horde of Spider-Man. No, sorry, I misread that. Spider-Man Heroic Horde, which if you don't know the comics, Spider-Man is a Spider-Man that was bitten by a radioactive spider and turned into thousands of spiders and slowly reconstructed himself into a Spider-Man-like creature that is actually made of spiders. Like if you get cans on a vehicle that's crewed, it doesn't lose the cans after it becomes uncrewed. Yes. So Spider-Man... Did we already have this and I didn't realize it was Spider-Man the first time? That's interesting. I'm pretty sure we've already read this because I remember reading all of those abilities out loud today. I just didn't realize he was a Spider-Man when I read them. Ooh, we've got Connor's Curse. Sorry. Lizard, Connor's Curse. So he is Lizard. Isn't he the Lizard? It's a rare. 4 mana is okay. He's got Trample naturally for a green Lizard. When Lizard Connor's Curse enters, up to one other target creature loses all abilities and becomes a green Lizard creature with base power and toughness of 4/4. Okay, so that is a pretty sick card for a leave and enter battlefield. It doesn't say enters the battlefield though, it says enters, so I feel like... maybe, I don't know. It could be useful to make a Lizard crew. I'm not sure. That might be good for a green-white deck. Maybe. We got a foil Venom Cat. Love it. And... ooh, a normal land! They do exist. We've only seen 2 of them so far, but they exist. Good for shutting down a commander. Yes. Yes. All right. The Vibrant Cityscape, we've seen that. Kapow! I don't think we've seen Kapow yet. Put a counter on target creature you control, or fight the target creature an opponent controls. Okay. That's fun. For 3 mana, it's kind of scary. I mean, like, I guess you choose the creature you fight, so, like, you want to do it to win. Spectacular Tactics, we've seen that. Spider Manifestation, we've seen that. Another Doc Ock. We're never going to get that Doc Ock, are we? We've got the Gravestone again. Got the Angry Rabble again. We've got the Acrobatics again. We've got Sun Spider Nimblewebber. We've got Terrific Team Up, which we've had already. We've got Wisecrack, which we've had already, but I like Wisecrack because it's the Kill Yourself card. A rare. Shadow of the Goblin. An enchantment. Okay, Shadow of the Goblin is absolutely, for sure, going in my Goblin deck because it's designed to be used with the Goblin. At the beginning of your first main phase, discard a card. If you do, draw a card. So swap out cards and play a card for cheap. Undying Vengeance effect is whenever you play a land or cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, this enchantment deals 1 damage to each opponent. This is a very good Goblin card, and I'm glad I found it because this is going straight in that deck. Cool. Sorry, I'm wrong way around, but we've got a foil romantic rendezvous. And a foil land. No, a normal mountain. Again, I'm like they've like stopped giving me web lands finally because they've realized it all sucks. It all sucks. I like the Webland. It's cool. It feels like it's gonna be like the TMNT pizzas. I feel like I'm gonna like having one of those pizzas and pull them from a deck and be like, oh, I've got my pizza land. But if the entire landscape looks like pizza lands, I'm gonna lose my shit. Grow extra arms. Unused helicopter. We're speeding through them now. We got web up. Lurking lizards. Phantasm. The inner demon gangsters. Do we have them yet? Discard a card. This creature gets +1 and gains a menace. That's another James Jonah Jameson boost. No soul stones yet, boss. We have like 11 boosters left. One slice of pizza isn't filling enough. We could have the whole pie. Okay, so yes, a whole pie worth of TMNT pizzas. So this could be boost J. Jonah Jameson a little bit more. The vibe of villain hero is really good for Spider-Man though. I like the idea of a villain deck and a hero deck, despite the types not meaning much. So it feels weird putting the gangsters in with J. Jonah Jameson, but it might be a good boost. We've got another shock. Got a hot dog car. We have got some cool borderless / I think just just borderless, I guess, art cards though, Ched. Not money worth, but like pretty cards. We got another robotics guy. We've got not the spot, but the spot's portal. Put target creature on the bottom of its owner's library. You lose 2 life unless you control a villain. That could be a useful way. Not Spooderman's. We got the 9 lives card. I got a Shadow of the Goblin, which is going to be great for the deck that I'm making. We got the Death of Gwen Stacy, which is not technically great for the deck that we're making, but it's good because Norman Osborn's the commander of it. We got Miles Morales. We got another Multiversal Passage. We got this sick 9 lives card, which looks like a 2000s, like a early 2000 anime. We've got this comic book art, Behold the Sinister Six, which is actually a really good card that'll go in my deck too, if I have to sleeve the decks. But other than that, they're all pretty normal. Yeah, sorry, it was upside down. That's alright. You're all upside down. I'm opening the cards backwards at the moment. Yeah. I'd like a Spectacular Spider-Man. Okay, we got a Rhino's Rampage. I don't think I have that yet. Target creature you control gets +1 till end of turn. It finds target creature an opponent controls. When excess damage is dealt to the creature an opponent controls this way, destroy up to 1 target non-creature artifact with mana value 3 or less. That's essentially 1 mana to potentially destroy a creature and destroy another artifact with mana value 3 or less. I was building a Norman commander deck is what I'm doing. And then I'm going to look into building a hero commander deck with one of the heroes. I don't know if I have many good heroes. Other than Miles Morales, he's pretty sick, so I might have to choose him. I think this is the first Carnage I've gotten. Carnage Crimson Chaos with Trample. When he enters, return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. It gains this creature attacks each combat if able, and when this creature deals combat damage to a player, sacrifice it. It also has a mayhem of 2. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Did I turn these around? How did I manage that? Oh, I flipped the whole thing, didn't I? We've got a foil guy in the chair. We've got 2 foil guys in the chair, and it's a pretty good card for a common. Sinister Hideout. Got Surveil. Not Mayhem, though. Not a Mayhem applicable, though. I don't like that Mayhem's only... You still want an anti-venom. I think I have an anti-venom. I only have 1, though, maybe? So you don't get it? Get that hot knee action, my guys. I need some water. I don't think I've ever talked for 3 hours non-stop. Usually I have some sort of break while I'm playing video games. Krenko, you just got the Krenko, and you're already trying to throw it away like it's some common goblin. I don't have enough goblins for a goblin deck. I have a lot of red, but no goblins. Some goblins, not a lot of goblins. I'm doing it again. Don't look at me, guys. Don't look at me. I'm about to bite a soul stone. Alright, we got a pumpkin. We got 3 pumpkins from this. We got the Gallant Citizen. We've only got 1 of those. News helicopter. Kapow. We've got another beetle. What else have we got? What else we got? We got another swarm of bees. I think we may have run the card game dry of cards. Spider boat. Who are you? Rhino. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with an additional counter on it. And you may pay it for 1 mana. You may play it for 1 mana cheaper if you discarded it. That's a good card. Huh. It's like, yeah, I don't know. It's just a good card. Nothing like interesting. Just like, yeah, cool. We got a spider suit. I think we've already got one of them. We've got another wraith. I think it's the same art. Yeah. Wait. Did we have a rare wraith card? Is that what we had? Why do I feel like the wraith I had didn't have borders? It's too late. There's no way I'm going to find it if it's not. What about Cosmic Spider-Man? What about Cosmic Spider-Man? Huh? Mary Jane Watson rare card. Whenever a spider enters, draw a card. This ability triggers once a turn. Why does that make you rare? I mean, I guess you're rare because you're rare, but like, you may draw a card once a turn. Okay, I do that every turn, dickhead. A foil news helicopter. And a normal forest. And another illusion villain. We've got 2 of those in a row. Just spinner. Yeah, right. I got Black Cat, so who needs Mary Jane? Spider Rex. Another land cityscape. Raven's Cats, we've got 1 of those before. Like today. We've got Starling. I don't think we've got him today. When a Starling enters another target creature. Okay, so we got Vulture, and this is just Vulture, but he's a hero, and he only gives 1 creature flying instead of every single villain. Could put MJ in the deck with Black Cat to create drama. Well, that's why I was making a Norman Osborn deck with the death of Gwen Stacy in it.
Not me, not Hermione, you.
I don't have my headphones on, but I heard that. I was genuinely terrified then. Usually it blasts in my ear and I'm like a little spooked. But I heard very close to me what sounded like someone talking. And I didn't have any headphones on. Another amazing acrobatics. We've had a Venom Evil Unleashed already. He's alright, he's pretty good. I won't open up. Do you want me to put headphones on so you can actually give me a heart attack? Stegron, we've had Stegron already today. Madam Web, I think we've had Madam Web before, but not today. You may look at the top card of your library at any time and cast spider spells and non-creature spells from the top. When you attack, you may mill a card. Pretty good. It's not like amazing, but it's pretty good. Runner's Rampage, we've seen that already. Flash Thompson again with Flash. Peter Parker's Camera, a rare artifact. It enters with 3 film counters on it. You may spend 2 mana and tap it to remove the film counter from the artifact. Copy target activated or triggered ability you control. You may choose new targets for the copy. That is extremely sick. And you can do that 3 times. 3 times. And it costs 1 mana. That's pretty good. Then blink and get the counters back. Exactly. Good soup.
Good soup.
Alright. We have a foil spider horror. I feel like that's... The spider horror fits the Magic the Gathering universe better than all the other cards, and that makes it bad. Because it doesn't feel like it belongs in the set. We got another Sinister Hideout and another hot dog. Another one you have in your artifact deck, in your avatar deck. Yes, I imagine that would work pretty well with your airbending, is the word I'm looking for. I kind of hope I do bite into a Soulstone. Mainly because it'd be a great clip to put on TikTok. Me biting into a soulstone. I've opened that the wrong way. We've got a lurking lizard. We're just getting repeats. We're just getting full repeats. We haven't had a repeat. I don't think we've had a whole booster pack yet until right now. Nah. Okay, we haven't had a whole booster pack where we haven't stopped and read a card. So when Mechanical Mobster enters, it exiles a target card from a graveyard. The target creature you control connives. I have seen that before, but not today. It's good, but there's a lot of connive characters that... I don't know. Copy an airbend with the last trigger and airbend the camera itself to get more counters on it. Yeah, that does sound pretty useful. Got the goblin. Actually, I don't know if the goblinoids we've had today. I have some. Haste and Mayhem 3. It's a 5/4 for 4. 5/4 for 5. We've got Spider Girl, Legacy Hero. During your turn, Spider Girl has flying. Oh no, we've had that before. So we're still on, I think, 1, maybe 2 from this that we haven't seen. Sports Portal. Spider Sense. That's a rare, and I haven't seen it yet. It's got a web slitting of 1. And you can counter a target instant, sorcery, or triggered ability. For 2 mana, really. I don't know why you would... Unless you have a card that can cheaply return a tapped creature to my hand, I don't know why you would web sling most of the time. Like, it's good, but like, you usually have to spend a lot of mana to do it. So unless you're doing something really good with it. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Ooh, Jackal? Genius Geneticist. I have never seen this guy in my life. Is he from Spider-Man? Trample. Whenever you cast a creature spell with mana value equal to Jackal's power, copy that spell, except the copy isn't legendary. Then put a 1/1 counter on Jackal. Cool. Alright. Oh, wait, Websling does actually... I didn't realize Websling could return it. I thought it was... Does it say that? Technically, it doesn't say that. But I'm guess if that's what it's supposed to be. I don't know, if you also return. I thought it said returned. I guess if you also return makes it make sense. I read it as returned, and that's why I assumed that that wouldn't make sense. But web slinging is, I guess, good if you pair it with some conniving villains. Actually, there are some villains that web sling, aren't there? One of them was a spider villain. Maybe? Yeah, this is an interesting card. It's like cheap and could... Counters don't count as power, right? Is that correct? I swear... I mean, I feel like house rules, you probably should play it like that, but I thought that counters didn't count as the base power. So, like, the mana would always be 1. But I could be wrong. Or maybe I misheard another rules explanation on TikTok. Ooh, the Death of Gwen Stacy saga, but sick as hell! Power is what they will hit for in that moment. Okay. The death of Gwen Stacy, but sick as hell. That is rough, buddy. Is it also foil? No, it just like looks like it should be foil. Oh no, it is foil. Destroy target creature each player. Yeah. That's a really sick card. I really like the comic book cards. I hope there's a lot of those in the new one. I mean, it looks like... I mean, most cards are $2 cards in the Spider-Man set, but they look cool. I feel like a lot of the cards that are super expensive in normal sets, I'm like... Okay. Like, I'm sure it plays well, but like... It looks like garbage. You know what I mean? Actually, what's my most expensive card I've got? I feel like none of them... So there's the One Ring, which looks okay. It's not a full art and it's expensive, but that's just because the ability is good. Orcish Bowmasters... Again, just the good ability is why it makes it expensive. It's not like... I don't know. And then I got a Silver Shroud costume, which I think is just from an actual precon. Which... eh. And then the next most expensive card I have is a foil multiversal passage. Miles is probably now my most expensive card. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, other than the One Ring. And Bowmaster. But yeah, I feel like Spider-Man's... Because Spider-Man, I reckon, will go up in price with Marvel Universes if they decide to buff them. Yeah, sorry, in my whole collection is what I meant. Which isn't massive, but... Yeah. I was trying to just think about, like... Miles is less than Passage? Okay. Because I was just trying to think of, like, yeah... Every card that I've got that's expensive in my whole collection, I'm like... Plays well, but doesn't look cool. Whereas all these cards are cheap, but they look sick. The comic book cards. And I reckon... They could get more... A lot of them... Like, I feel like Death of Gwen Stacy isn't a bad card, necessarily. I don't think it'll get more expensive, because it has nothing to do with superheroes, as far as, like, text. It being a 3-mana card that exiles an entire player's graveyard is, like, a pretty useful card for something worth $2. Dunno. And I feel like the first stage is probably... It's not great, but it's like... Yeah, obviously you gotta destroy one creature for a card called the Death of Gwen Stacy. No one else dies. Really what you should have is destroy one target creature and then tap another target creature. Because Spider-Man taps out. Alright, we got another Electro Bolt. We've got another web-slinging Spidey. We've got another guy in the chair. Skyward Spider. Inner Demon Gang. Another Meower. Another Unstable Experiment. Another Venom Cat. It's kind of meh, mostly just a 3-mana targeted removal with... Yeah, Graveyard Hate in 3 turns. That's true. Well, I can't remember what the second stage does. Each player may discard a card. Each player who doesn't loses... I mean, discarding a card and then or losing 3 life isn't terrible, because usually your hand has your best cards in it because you're going to play them soon. Another Spider India. A Flying Octopus. Another Brain. Ooh, all of my rares have been... I don't know if I've got a repeat rare that hasn't been a different flavor, but we've got a Spider Ham Peter Porker for the first time. A Spider Boar Hero. I don't know if there are boars in Magic. I don't know how many there are. I wonder what the type... if there's a type advantage there. When Spider Ham enters, create a food token. Naturally. Animal Mayhem. Other spiders, boars, bats, bears, birds, cats, dogs, frogs, jackals, lizards, mice, otters, rabbits, raccoons, rats, squirrels, turtles, and wolves you control get +1/+1. So I'm assuming this is all animals we currently have released get +1/+1. That's pretty sick. I like that. And we've got a foil subway train. Until a new animal's released, and then it's like, oh, sucks. Not lemurs. Oh yeah, I guess not lemurs, huh? Lemurs are like... I feel like I remember watching a TikTok about the lemurs in Avatar and being like, lemurs are like... There's only like a lemur, right? Isn't that... There's one lemur type card and its ability is to do stuff with all lemurs? Alright, hang on. So, we got land token. There we go. There we go. We're almost done and I'm just figuring out how to play this. So we got Wild Pack Squad, that's alright, that'll do. We've got Selfless Police Captain, that's alright, that'll do. We've got Mob Lookout, we've seen that. I think we've seen that, yeah. Another Bee Swarm. This could be our pack with 0... Yeah, this could be our pack with 0 new cards. Doc Ock's Henchman, I believe we saw them already, yeah. The Bagel. The one says there's 2 only, and the one says first non-lemur spell each turn is 1 less. I see. We've got an uncommon Craven Predator, we've got that already. We've got a Spider Slayer, a human villain. Whenever Spider Slayer deals damage to a spider, destroy the creature. So it's Death Touch for spiders. Pay 6 mana to exile this card from your graveyard to create 2 colorless robot artifact creature tokens with flying. I get that it's a 2 mana, 2 damage card. I feel like... I guess if you give it indestructible or something and really hammer those, it would be good, but it's weird it being Death Touch for one type. And it's not even that great in any other regard. Like, there are cheaper creatures that just have Death Touch. And the same toughness, I feel. We got another Morbius. Time to make a Morbius standard deck. No, you can only have 1 legendary creature on your standard, can't you? Wait, no, hang on. Lady Octopus Inspired Inventor. I thought this was the Doc Ock for a sec. Whenever you draw your first or second card each turn, put an Ingenuity counter on Lady Octopus. You can tap To cast an artifact spell from your hand with mana value less than or equal to the number of ingenuity counters on Lady Octopus without paying its mana cost. Oh, so you just buff it and it's free mana for artifacts. That could be a very useful card to have in my Green Goblin deck, actually. I don't have that many artifacts in there, but I think the ability to do that is pretty sick. And if I have enough card draw, which there's like a lot of, I mean, conniving with her is pretty useful too, right? Oh, we've got another land. Is that a rare land? Huh. Land is tapped. When this land enters from a graveyard, you lose 2 life. Does Green Goblin have a buff for casting Mayhem? It's like a 1/1 counter on it, right? And discarding it is specifically from the hand. Why would you... Why would you pay the Mayhem cost for this? Is there a reason? Oh, to play 2 lands in one go? I guess? That's the only reason I can think of to do it? It is Oscorp Industries, so the Mayhem is, I guess, supposed to go with the Green Goblin. It's only non-land cards. So it's... Did they fuck up then? What's the point of... The only reason I can see to do that is to try and play 2 lands at once. Hand fixing without missing a land drop. I guess, yeah. I don't know. And we got an uncommon foil Daily Bugle. Alright. Chad, am I leaving any boosters aside for you to grab? I've left 2 aside for John. Oh, Shadow of the Goblin? I forget what that does. Does that do something with land? I know that it does 6 stuff. Oh, to draw more cards. So it's a free Mayhem. And you get a new card. And whenever you play a land from anywhere other than your hand, deal damage to opponent. I see. Now, are you buying any Spider-Man boosters? Do you want to risk a Soul Stone? I'm having a crisis that the 2 I've left aside for John are the ones with the most expensive cards in them. You have a whole Spider-Man? You bought a new Spider-Man box? Or you mean other boosters? Open the 2? No, I can't. It's John's. Legally, it's John's. Webslinger. Wrestler. Open your 2. Okay, sure. Selfless Police Captain. Lizards. Has there been a booster where I haven't pulled a single new card? I don't think so. This could be the one though, because we have it's been stretching out. Here's Hangout. We've got that before. That's our uncommon. We've got Vulture. We've had that. We've got Spider-Man India. That's 3 uncommons. Electro. We haven't got an Electro legendary yet. No, sorry, we have. We haven't got a rare Electro. Assaulting Battery. It's a flying. You don't lose unspent red mana as steps and phases end. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, add red mana. When Electro leaves the battlefield, you may pay X to deal X damage to a target player. See, I'm assuming the way you would play Electro is with a lot of instants and sorceries, adding red mana, never spending that red mana that's added onto normal mana. And then at some point, either fight or leave the battlefield and deal fuck off damage to a player and just kill him immediately. Is that where I'm going with that? We've got a foil beetle. That's okay. I'm starting to lose hope in a Soulstone, guys. I should have bought the collector box. Scout City. Whip. Mob. Pow. Venomized Cat. Spider Islands. Whoosh. Venom. Sandman's Quicksand. Ooh, who are you? Chameleon. Okay, you may have Chameleon enter as a copy of a creature you control, except his name is Chameleon, Master of Disguise, and you may cast this card from the graveyard for 3 if you discarded him. Okay, that's a pretty good villain. I could have... I'm sure I could buff it with any other villains. Double Rogue? No, probably not double. Sorry, I read your message. I didn't mean Roku, I meant Electro. I could see it being useful. Another Aunt May. Arachne. She's in the Spider Madam Web movie, right? She's got web slinging. As Arachne enters, look at an opponent's hand, choose a card type other than creature. Spells of the chosen type cost 1 more to cast. Choose a card type other than creature. Like, I'm assuming you wouldn't want to choose instant or sorcery, but you could, right? Because everyone's costing 1 more to cast. I like the look at opponent's hand and then go, okay, this is the type that he's probably playing a lot of, right? I'm not against that card. It is only 3 mana and it is a 3/3, so like it's already pretty mana neutral. Plus you can web sling it for 1. Could be good. And we've got a foil Scout the City. Normal ass planes. Another Starling. Did we have a... No, I don't think we've had an Arachne yet. We had a... I've had her before, but again, from this booster box, we're getting pretty... like, at least one new card. Risky research again. But, obviously, again, the cards are dwindling. At some point, we're losing out. And then we have to get a Soul Stone, otherwise they'd be lying to us, right? Another Wraith? That's not a rare, is it? No, it's an uncommon. Another Spider Slayer. Another Goblinoids. Another Spider Girl. This might be the one where we don't do anything. Oh, we haven't got Spider-Punk today. I've got him before, we haven't got him today. He's got Riot, enters with your choice of a 1/1 counter or haste. Other spiders have Riot. Spells and abilities can't be countered. Damage can't be prevented. I do like Spider-Punk because he makes me want to play Magic without frills attached, just buffing creatures and fighting them to the death. I imagine he's gonna die really quick, right? I imagine everyone's like, oh, I want to counter shit. But nah, I want to make my creature big, my big creature fight your creature, you lose, you take damage. And we've got a foil web slinger. That's pretty sick. Need to drink more water. Ignore my legs. All right. Oh, a bit through the Soulstone, guys. Another human citizen. We've got University Campus. We've got Miles is for sure the guy to make things big. Yeah. But Miles with the Spider-Punk side guy? Although then you can't use Anti-Venom in that deck. Is it Anti-Venom's hero, right? Surely that would be important. Or is Anti-Venom go extra arms? Sorry, I saw Spider-Man with the arms and thought it was Spectacular Spider-Man for a second and got excited. But like, obviously that's not where he'd be. Spider-Punk's big for getting counters on everything, yeah. Doc Cock. He's got a very unfortunate name. Superior Spider-Man squad foes. Oh, is that a freaking borderless penny? I'm sure this costs 10 cents, but look at how cool she looks. When Spider enters, put a 1/1 counter on target creature. Whenever a modified creature you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Yeah. Sick. She's not even a rare. But I like it. It's pretty. Prowler, I'm upside down, but you got Prowler, Crawled Thief. I don't think we had Prowler so far in these boosters, but I could be wrong. Spider-Ben. Did we already have Scarlet Spider? I can't remember. He's got Trample. If it was cast using Web Slinging, he enters with X +1/+1 counters on him, where X is the mana value of the returned creature. Scarlet Spider's pretty sick. I don't remember having him, so I'm gonna say this is another booster with a new card. Superior Spider-Man, we definitely don't have him. Naturally, he has a Mind Slip ability. You may have Spider-Man enter as a copy of any creature in a graveyard, except his name is Superior Spider-Man, and he's a 4/4 Spider-Human hero, in addition to his other types. When you do, exile that card. So the point of this card is to like copy an important ability from a card that you're never getting back, I assuming. That's how I would read that card. But again, I'm not familiar with all of the abilities of Magic, and I'm sure there must be a better way to do stuff too. Okay. Oh, and then we've got a foil version of the spider that we just pulled in the last booster, or even this booster? I do really like that card, and Penny is my main on Marvel Rivals too, so I'm glad I have a foil of her that I can just keep, even if it's 5 cents. Another Black Cat trigger, for instance. Regarding Punk. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Superior Spider-Man? Is what I meant to say. I said Punk and then I saw Superior Spider-Man. I didn't make the connection for you guys, but it happened in my head, so that's all that matters. Alright, more chair guys. I think we should just build a deck full of guys in chairs, fully removing the standard rule. Is Pauper... I don't know what Pauper is. People talk about Pauper and some people are scared of Pauper. Is Pauper only commons? I only know about the word. I don't know the rules at all. Only cards, yeah, only common cards. Interesting. Okay, I was thinking Pauper might have been common cards with unlimited cards as well. Which would make Heir Apparent the only deck you'd play, right? But yeah, Spider-Man as Black Cat sounds great. Okay, we've got another Spider manifestation. We've got another Beetle. We've got... Oh, I only saw the AI overview when it said common, but it's the AI overview, so it could be wrong. I didn't read like it from a website. Yeah, I've also never played Pauper. I've just heard about it and been like, that's an interesting way to play. Maybe I should try and build the best common deck I can. So I'm assuming it's the same rules as standard with like you have 4 cards each, but I guess the only rule difference from standard is that it's only commons. Passenger Ferry. I just realized I wasn't really paying attention to the cards, but I'm pretty sure all of them were, yeah. Got another Spider-Bot. We've got School Days. I don't think we've pulled that today, but I've had it. Do homework and fight crime. Draw 3 cards or counter target spell and draw a card. Sick one. Web, that's another new one. It's honestly crazy that I haven't once pulled a fully already grabbed booster pack with everything being old. That is pretty insane. So when it enters, you put a counter on each other creature you control. This is a very sick card for buffing. And I'm assuming it goes with Miles, who I believe was a green... Was he a green-white? I can't remember. Yes, go off Miles. Okay, I thought so. I saw it and was like, that seems like a Miles situation, doesn't it? We've got another Tombstone. I'm assuming John is asleep, but I hope that he's seen some cards that he's like, I'll trade you for them. We haven't got this one again. This is a lot of these ones are new. Hide on the Ceiling, a rare X cost 1 blue. Exile X artifacts or creatures. Return the exiled cards to the battlefield under their owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. That, to me, seems more useful. Red, white, green. Alright. Interesting. This card seems to me more useful against my own creatures. Because I feel like a lot of Spider-Men and a lot of villains seem to have really good on-enter abilities. And the blue mana works with my Green Goblin deck. This guy is a foil Rhino's Rampage. I loved Rhino's Rampage. Alright, cool. The art's alright. The foil, you know, it's fine. It's a good card. I looked at it and said that's a good card. I like to play that. Because I didn't expect this to take 3.5 hours. I'm gonna make a Law and Eclipsed booster opening. Sorry, I'm gonna say unboxing. I think I'm gonna do a. How many is in a booster pack? How many have we opened today? It doesn't want to tell me. 30. So I reckon I'll open 10. I'm going to do 3 Law and Eclipsed videos on YouTube, opening 10 packs during those videos. And then I can talk longer and not feel like I'm wasting everyone's time. Because it's been 3.5 hours and we still have to play Spyro the Dragon. We got a foil island. We got a human citizen token if anyone was like keeping track of my tokens. So we've got another Kapow. We've got a Wild Pack Squad. We've got a Subway Train. We've got a Spectacular Tactics. A Dinosaur. How many boxes did I buy of Lorwyn? Or this? Acrobatics. Gangsters. I only bought one play booster box. Rendezvous. Who the hell are you? Again, another new one. We have 2 packs left to open for this box. We got Molten Man. When he enters, search your library for a basic mountain, put it on the battlefield, tapped and shuffle. It gets +1 for each mountain you control. And when he leaves the battlefield, sacrifice a land. Huh. He's an elemental villain too, so Lorwyn could buff him. But he's alright. If you have excess lands, I can see him being useful. He costs 3 mana though, which I guess means that when he joins, he should have at least 3/3, so technically even. Well, when he joins, he should have 4/4, I guess. So he's a 3/3 cost to make 4/4, but you sacrifice the land when he dies. That's alright. We got a Daily Bugle land. Yuck. Actually, Daily Bugle's alright. I can see it being useful. Because you tap it to give Menace, and that works really well with J. Jonah. If you make a really good J. Jonah deck, turning all of the Spider-Mans into Menaces, I can see that being useful. Ooh, a baby Green Goblin. I haven't, this is the first time I've picked up that card. This is the only time I've seen this card. I have the good Green Goblin, not this one. Got Flying and Death Touch. Whenever it attacks, discard a card and then draw a card for each card you've discarded this turn. Interesting. I mean, I see why he's an uncommon instead of a rare, like against the other one, a mythic, but he's still pretty good. I guess like he kind of mills your own deck, though, in a way. Villainous Wrath. I don't think we've pulled that yet. Like an opponent loses life equal to the number of creatures they control, and then you destroy all creatures. I have had it before, though, but I haven't had it yet in these boosters. That's pretty good against a white deck. It's like a relatively cheap board white, but it also does a bunch of life damage. And a foil Spider-Man No More. I have so many Spider-Man No More. If John or Ched would like to trade for them, I'm assuming you all have so many as well. Maybe we can make a Spider-Man collage. Food. Got another hot dog. And our land is a shiny plains. Chicken. Raven's Cats. Starling. Spider-Gwen. I haven't got the good Spider-Gwen yet. Oscorp Research Team. Venom Evil Unleashed. Spider Islanders. Mechanical Mobsters. Villainous Wrath would cook my Avatar deck. Oof. Is there a lot of creatures spawning? So many different tokens. Oof. Sandman's Quicksand. Wait, did I read that the first time? It's a mayhem for all creatures get -2 until end of turn. Oh, but if you pay the mayhem cost, all creatures your opponent controls get -2 only. That's a pretty good card. We've grabbed it like 3 times, and I don't think I've properly read it yet till now. I think we've had Hobgoblin already. Yes. We've got the Wall Crawl. We've got Symbiote Spider-Man. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, look at that many cards from the top of your library, put one of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. Interesting. Find new host for 3 mana. Exile this card from your graveyard, put a counter on target creature you control. It gains this card's other abilities. Okay, other abilities, so you can only do it 1 more time. It'd be interesting if it was like, you could keep passing it on for 3 mana. And exiling that card. 1 combo makes a ton of monks, 1 card makes a spirit for every spell I cast, and another combo makes a ton of ally tokens. Oof. This is okay. I feel like it's not a great card, but maybe I'm... I don't know. I mean, there's another card that I feel like is better that does the same thing anyway. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's good. I like Symbiote Spider-Man, but I just don't think he's that important. We've got a foil swarm of bees. We love foil swarms of bees. Alright. The last booster. And then we will play Spyro because we only have one mission left, I think. And if we finish it, we'll just go back next Wednesday night to collect everything we can for the final thing, and then we'll come back. You know what I mean? We got Human Citizen, and our land is an Ominous Asylum foil? Yeah. Okay, we've got Gallant Citizen. We've got Electrobolt. We've got Spider-Man Brooklyn Visionary. Romantic Rendezvous. Another Unstable Experiment. More Swarms of Bees. Another Spider-Man No More. Spider-White Web Warden again. Got a Rhino Battering Brute again. We've got the Spider-Mobile. That's a new card. Trample. Whenever this vehicle attacks or blocks, it gets +1 until the end of turn for each spider you control. That's pretty good. That's a pretty fun little creature. Alright, we got Sandman Rare, Shifting Scoundrel. Its power and toughness are equal to the land. I think I've had this before, but not today. Sandman can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. You can pay 5 mana to return this card and target land card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. So Sandman can't really die then. That's pretty useful. Okay, we've got 2 cards here, so this is a rare. Probably. Oh! Spider-Woman Stunning Savior. She's got Flying and Venom Blast. Artifacts and creatures you're... I've been talking for 3 hours and 40 minutes. Ah! Alright. Back to it. Artifacts and creatures your opponent control enter tapped. I really like the art here. Again, comic book vibe is immaculate. I'm sure she's not a very good card, because that doesn't seem like a really good card. It's just a 2/2 for 2 with flying. Venom Blast is okay, but I guess it does mean that there's a lot of good artifacts that would get blocked by that, I guess. So I'm not like super against it. Alright, I'm assuming this is going to be an absolute crap foil card. I already have one of those, a foil shock. That's really disappointing. It was a disappointing final card. A foil card that I've already got, I think 2 of, actually. Yeah. So we've got no soul stones. Unfortunately, I didn't really think I was gonna get a soul stone. Yeah, it shuts down haste a lot, which is, yeah, artifact creatures with haste get. It's only artifacts, right? Oh no, artifact and creatures. I didn't read that properly. Yeah, never mind. That is pretty good. Maybe she's better than I thought she was. What is it? Spider-Man? No, Spider-Woman. Stunning Savior. She goes for like $1. That's not terrible, considering it's the Spider-Man set. Not bad. But yeah, that is it for the pack openings. We've got 2 boosters left aside for John to grab next time he's in the area, or maybe I can open them up for him, but I'm sure he wants to open them up himself. Yeah, that was fun. I'm keen to do Lorwyn on the weekend or next week, depending on when it arrives. It's supposed to be here on the 16th, which is a Friday. But I feel like sometimes they deliver on Saturdays, so there's a chance. And then I'll start doing Lorwyn videos where I'll open 10 packs at a time so that I don't talk for ages and kill my voice, because I do want to finish Spyro today, and so I'm going to finish the boss of Spyro because I said I was going to do it. So yeah, I am going to quickly BRB and clean up my space for gaming purposes. So I will put on the BRB screen and I will be back to play some Spyro. If you're all around to Spyro, that'll be great. Otherwise, I will see you sometime next week on YouTube, where I'll be opening Lorwyn packs. Yeah, I do want to play MTG Arena sometime soon, so maybe you'll see me do that on stream or on YouTube. I'm not very good at actually playing the game, I'll be honest with you, or building decks, I guess, is the main thing. But yeah, cool. I will be right back. Alright, bunnies, I'm back. It's time to finish Spyro the Dragon, hopefully, because I'm running out of steam. It's really hot in here. Ideally, what's gonna happen is we're gonna beat the boss in one go, and I'm gonna be like, sick. We'll do some completionist route next week and be done. Likely what's gonna happen is I'm gonna fight it 3 times, give up, and then we're gonna play it and finish it all next week. Oh, you know what I've done? I haven't bloody done the thing, isn't it? Alright. Ganasty Ganork. I completely forgot how to play. So yeah, I'm keen to build some decks out of my Spider-Mans. I'm gonna build a hero deck, a villain deck, and then I'm gonna maybe try and mix it with some other cards. Why is Windows full screen yelling at me? That sucks. Alright, is this like a fight? Okay, he is actually physically fighting me. I almost ran straight into that, sick. That's right, I needed it. Okay, I can't get up there. Don't worry about it. That's crystals. How did I miss them? Did I miss one? I don't really care to chase it right now. I need them crystals. I still don't know if I can sneak up on this guy or not. Can he jump that? Yeah. Oh wait, can I? I feel like I should be able to... Okay, I guess I can't. I thought maybe I could trick him. I still don't know kind of exactly how he works. I think I could have caught him there with fire. I'll try again. I missed. I thought that was the circle, it's not that. Yeah, I think if I... Got him. Alright. Is this key to that? Because there's doors here that need keys. Right? Like that needs a key. Yeah. I think I can sneak up on them, but I haven't. Alright. Now, I'm sure I've missed some crystals here, so I'm going all the way around. I feel like my mouse sensitivity is weird. I don't know if it's like been reset since I last played, or if I just can't remember. Is this the only key? I guess so. Huh. Kind of figured like 3 would be the thing. Okay. Oh, he's running. He didn't look like that, right? Am I wrong? I feel like I'm gonna fall off the edge at any moment. The controls just don't feel right to me. Nope. Wow, I thought that was a thing. No, there's just light bulbs everywhere. Okay, I'm assuming we just chase him to the end and then fight. Doesn't seem like a try and chase him thing, it's just follow him. Because he's a little baby boy. He can't fight a big dragon like me. That's back there. Oh, okay. Interesting. So I was wrong, this is a chase. Is he slower than me, or am I gonna have to sneak up on him somehow? Okay, I can't burn him? Or was I not close enough? It felt like I couldn't burn him, but he's wearing armor, usually that means you can't burn him. I snuck up behind him. He couldn't run there. Okay, so you can burn him. Good to know. Wait. I went the wrong way, didn't I? I saw a door open, and I just went forward because I thought Spyro was looking in that direction, and that's not correct. I do like that his ability kind of reflects the most annoying ability. Wait, am I wrong? Oh no, down here. Of all of the creatures. I double jumped there. I'm not sure what happened. Sorry. I gotta do this whole thing again? That's alright. It's not like that hard, I just took a lot of time at the start. Gotta... Oh, there we go. Ah. Got it. That sucks. That, like, my keyboard is the reason I fucked that up? I was holding left shift there. Maybe that's what I was doing last time too. I do keep forgetting that that's how... Oh, I really thought I could catch him. Really? That was on him. Got him. Alright, let's go back. And now we won't die immediately. And we won't hold left shift when we need to jump. Alright, guys. I feel like having to get used to the controls again while trying to fight the main boss of the game isn't the best idea for me, but especially with my track record of games requiring platforming and general precision. What? What? I was so close to him. What? Right, sick. Sorry. I hate this. I hate that he's made me fight. Like, these things piss me off. And the fact that they've got me fighting two of them every single time I die, because there's no checkpoint, shits me. The furthest part you made as a child, that's insane. I mean, it's not. It sounds like about where my skills as a child probably would have ended. My skills, I probably wouldn't have gotten past these guys. I would have been pissed off. Really? No. There we go. Them slowly going in to the walls and disappearing. Yep, that sounds right. Oh yeah. See, it sucks that you restart from right up the end. It would be nice if that didn't happen. Like, this game has the thing is, this game has checkpoints. I've seen them. It's chosen not to give me checkpoints at the most annoying points of the game. I see, they do slowly go in. You're right. Oof. That was the end. You just missed the end.
You're toast, Nork.
Oof. You were that close off finishing the entire game. Maybe. I feel like there's another thing.
So long. Almost forgot about you guys.
What about Ganasty Ganor?
Yeah, maybe you did.
Nasty Nork.
I think there's one more level after this, because I think there's another tower.
Order again in the Dragon Kingdom?
Maybe it's a
Mostly
flying mission.
treasure to find.
What will you do next?
I'd say the sky's the limit.
I feel like Spyro's vibe is Crash. Not Crash, is Ratchet's vibe. Crash Bandicoot next. It's on the roulette wheel. But we haven't got it. We haven't pulled it yet. You know, we haven't spun that wheel on hard enough. We actually got a bunch of indie games for this wheel, the next wheel. I feel like it was Rusty Lake. I can check it on my phone while we're watching the credits. The next game vote, or the next game after this, is this obviously Spyro 2. 2 and 3 is the first games you ever 100%ed. That's pretty interesting. I don't remember the first game I 100%ed. I think I only started 100%ing them. Oh, I probably have some Xbox 100%s. But I can't remember any of them. I can only remember the Steam ones I've 100%ed, and that's probably only because I've seen them on Steam while I'm looking for other games. But yeah, so the next game poll, which you can vote on Discord if you're watching, is on my Discord, which is in the link in the description of YouTube or Twitch. Spyro Reignite Trilogy 2, obviously, which is apparently takes about 25 hours. Who knows if that's correct? Don't Escape 1, which will take not much time. If I play Don't Escape 1, I'll either play it before I play like Marvel Rivals or something, or I will play all of them back to back. Rusty Lake 2, which apparently will take like 4 hours, so that's a good one stream. And Abzu for 4 hours, which, yeah. So all those three, we got indie games and then Spyro 2. Quick indie games that I can play in maybe 1 or 2 streams, which... yeah. Is interesting. I can't skip this, by the way. At all. Usually games let you speed through it, especially if they're long credits, but nothing. I remember I think I only ever played Crash Bandicoot 2 because it was the only game I owned for the PlayStation. Only Crash game I owned on the PlayStation. And I don't think I finished it because I feel like when I played it, I didn't own a memory card. So I would have to either 100% it in one go or give up and start again. And I think I just gave up and started again. So I don't think I finished many games on the PlayStation 1. It was only the PlayStation 2 where I started finishing games to an extent because I actually had functional memory cards attached to them. And I still want to play Russia Gladiator again. If I can find a good multiplayer emulator for for Russia Gladiator, would you play Russia Gladiator with me? I'm sure there's pretty good PlayStation emulators now, right? There's probably a lot of latency issues though. But yeah, I really wanted to make a second Ratchet Gladiator. But I know it was very poorly received game out of the Ratchets, but I felt like it was the one I enjoyed the most. It was probably because like none of the main characters really showed up the entire game. That might be why it was pretty badly received. Like, you hear about Quark and there's like an end cutscene of is it Dr. Nefarious? Is that his name? But bar that, there's no references to other games, as far as I'm aware. I really wish I could skip this, or like, not skip it, but zoom through it. I usually watch the credits, but usually it's faster than this. And usually there's not so many credits because it's like the credits of every single bloody game. With 2 developers. Is that like a bunch of Indian names for the artists? That's interesting. Or is that... no, yeah. I figured Toys for Bob would be an American company. Looks like for the most part it is. They just decided maybe it was an outsourced art team? I don't know. Very special thanks to Insomniac. Oh, I guess Insomniac made the original? Did Insomniac make the original? Because if so, that makes me understand Ratchet and Clank much more. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Why didn't they hire Insomniac to make Spyro instead of... I guess they had a plan with Spider-Man and stuff at the time, right? They could have used a bit more sick music for this credit scene. I'll be honest. I think I'm gonna fall asleep. What's the time? 1 o'clock. Actually, it's not as late as I thought it was. I thought I started streaming later than this. But yeah, I'm excited to build them Spidey decks. I don't know when that Marvel Universe set's coming out, but maybe I'll look into it. I don't know what I could say my favorite Marvel hero is. There's like a lot of fun ones. But like if I had to like pick a favorite Marvel hero, I don't know if I know what that is. I'm trying to think, but like I can't. I don't mind Spider-Man, but I feel like he's not my favorite. I said Loki's my favorite character of the MCU villains, but I wouldn't say he's my favorite Marvel character or my favorite Marvel villain. Just the MCU version of him is. I think the actual character in like the comics and stuff isn't that fun. Except recently where they made him like modern teen Loki or something, and he's more of a hero fully rather than like an anti-hero or a villain. I don't know. Like, I don't know what card I'm like, oh, I hope they make this guy a card. Jeff the Landshark would be nice. I do like Jeff the Landshark. This is such a long credit sequence. I reckon half of the game is credit sequence. Why have we got Contract Specialist 4, Contract Specialist 3? Why not Contract Specialists and put them together so that the scroll speed is faster? Jesus Christ. There's no way you need this many heads of X. Surely they could have done 2 jobs. There's 20 people on your social media team? Why? I didn't hear a shit about this game except for actual YouTube ads. What were you doing on social media? Look, I've been saying, I feel like credits need to be more functional for video games. Like, they always do this. Big AAA games I always think they want to be movies and do this big credit roll at the end. Have 2 slow-moving credit scrolls at the same place. Link to pages for the devs. Or like something in-game showing you other things they've worked on. You should hide any localization credits for localization that you did not witness in the game. Like, if your language is set to English, I didn't see anyone speaking any other language. So I didn't need to see their credits because they didn't do anything relating to the game that I just played. You know what I mean? Like, the credits are still there, but they're for the people that actually saw their stuff. So you can go, oh, that's the guy that did that thing that I liked. Because you got like 10 people who actually made the game here and like 100 people who are in I make business stuff happen. One day the credits will end. Who did Tom Kenny voice? Wait, are these are the voice? Oh, Matthew Mercer voiced someone. Travis Willingham voiced someone. Of course. Sorry, all of the business people got like mentions, and then the voice actors were shoved at the end of the credits with no credits. Just these guys did voices for the game at some point. That's genuinely insane. What? They had huge descriptions for everyone. Except for the voice actors who make up most of this game.
So, what's in there?
I believe this is Nasty's treasure hoard, but the gate will only open if you have found everything in the Dragon Kingdom. Come back when you have reached 100%.
Who are you? Okay, I'm missing 2 dragons, I guess. So, I guess that's the dragon horde, and I get there when I get to 100%, and I am at 90%. I need to get all of the flights to 100%. I need to find 2 gems in Dreamweavers. I need to find a dragon here, and that's the last of the dragons, I think. And then a flight, and then I don't know why I've missed almost 100 gems there. The flight here, I think we've 100%ed. I don't know. Some more here. And just the flight here. Should be easy, and I can click on them. But I will do that after Stardew next week, so you still have a week to vote on the game you want to see next in the game poll. We've got 3 very quick games that'll take 1 session, and we've got Spyro 2, which will probably take 4 or 5 sessions, I reckon. Yeah, I'm sorry it took so long to open magic cards when I was going to be playing Spyro at the end, but we did finish the game and have to sit through a lot of credits. So there's that. But yeah, it was fun. I will see you all next time, and check out YouTube for when I hopefully upload the first lore one Eclipsed and see what legendary creatures we get from it to build a lore one deck. I should have enough cards for a lore one deck from the play boosters. I didn't kind of think about how many cards is in a play booster box, but definitely seems like enough to make a few commanders with the legendaries that we get from it. Yeah, alright. See you in the next one. Bunny out.